Hello everyone and welcome back. Today we're going to build Buymeacoffee clone. So this is a type of service where you collect donations from other people. So as you can see on the start page, we have just a header with some sub pages, login and sign up. In the middle we have a splash screen with some catchy headline, description and a button to create your own page. Let me now show you how it looks like when I log in. So I can log in with my Google account, and then here inside the header I see that I'm logged in. I can click to enter my profile. On my profile I can edit quite a few things. The first is this cover image. Then we have my avatar here, alongside with username, display name and bio. I can put something else here for my bio. My username, I can change it as well if I want. This username is actually used as my unique page. So if I go to slash and then the username, I can see my profile. Even if I'm not logged in, I will see this profile. But let's go back. Here you can edit your cover and avatar, of course. You can just save everything here. We will get a nice looking toast pop-ups for saving, logout button, total money received, and a button to request a payout. Now I can log out to show you my page. My page uses this unique username, so I can just log out. And now, as I guess, I can go to my to this profile. I'm not logged in, and I can see my bio, my display name, my username here. That's also used inside this URL. I can see under the bio all of the supporters, so all of the donations. And here on the right side, I can leave another donation. So I can support this author, this content creator with some money here on the right side. So here we have a nice toggle for how many coffees do we want to buy, and as you can see, it just multiplies this amount of coffees with 5. So if it's 1 coffee, then it's $5. 5 coffees is $25. We can also put here custom number like 99, and it's 495. And what else we can do is we can put a name here. I can do test and test here. And an interesting thing here is that we can pay both using credit card or with crypto. We just select one crypto. For example, I like Litecoin, and let's pick only one here. Let's click support, $5, and it will create an invoice here that we can pay using this crypto. This is Litecoin in this example, awaiting payment for this address. Or we can also pay using credit card if we want. And then if we pay, our donation will be displayed here. We can leave our own message and name. You can write here anything you want, and it will be displayed on this author's page. For this project we are going to use latest Next.js 14, Tailwind CSS for styling, and Mongo for our database. The whole project is built from scratch, so there is no starter code or anything. I will put the timestamps and the source code in the description, and as always, all I ask for is that you will smash that like button for me to give me some extra motivation for the future projects. And if you have questions or anything, let me know in the comments. And now, without further ado, let's dive into the code. So as always, we start with an empty directory here in my editor, Buymeacoffee, just empty directory, no files inside. And here on the right side, I have my Chrome window, so just my browser. So in my code editor, I will open terminal, and we are going to use PNPM here to create a new Next app. I'm going to use PNPM. It's faster and more used nowadays, and more than NPM. You can use NPM if you want, but I really recommend to switch to PNPM. It's much faster, more disk efficient, and so on. So let's do PNPM, create Next app. And if you want to install it, you will probably install it first. You can just Google how to install PNPM on Windows or Mac or wherever you are using Linux. So let's do PNPM create Next app, and I'm going to put a dot here because I want to install it in the current directory. Now let's hit enter, and it will install Next app, and asks if I want to use TypeScript. Yeah, let's use TypeScript. ESLint, yes. Tailwind, yes. Source directory, yes. App router, yes. Do you want to customize the default import alias? No thanks. So we picked only the defaults, and now it's installing everything for us. PNPM is much faster, so you can see now everything is installed after like 6 seconds, and it's also more efficient with the disk space. So now let's see, we have a bunch of files here, everything is installed. We can open back the terminal, and we can do PNPM. I think it was just dev, and now it should start our development server here at localhost 3000. So we can just open this link, and let's see how our app looks like. Yeah, everything looks fine. I will zoom in a little bit, maybe to this. Yeah, so now I will hide my terminal, and now we have our app working here. And let's see, what do we want to do? First, we will go to source, and inside source we have app, and let's see, we have layout, we have page, and let's start maybe with the page. As you can see, our page contains everything that is displayed here. So the first thing is that we want to remove everything. So I'm going just to, as you can see here, we have a return parenthesis, and then we have this main, and it goes all the way in here. So I'm going to select and remove all of this. And as you can see now, this image from next image is not used as well. So let's remove everything. And here I will just put a div with test inside, and let's see if this works. Yes. And the next thing I usually do is I go to global CSS, and I remove all of this basic styling because I don't want this black background with white text and all of this that we have here. So let's remove this body, dark scheme, and this root variables here for CSS. So now we just leave this basic Tailwind imports, and now we have just a test on the white page. So now we can start doing some start to do some coding, and well, I will start by going to page, and here we have our test. And well, the first thing that we are going to do is to have some kind of home page or splash page. So I was thinking we can do like a headline here, sub headline or something like this, and then a button to sign up or log in. So let's maybe change this to a section. So let's do a section. We can do a div, but I don't know, I think section feels better for this. Now inside here we will have an h1, and I would just put a text here like find your creative work. And for an h2 I will put accept support start. Maybe it's easier than you think. Maybe let's put here accept support for your work. It's easier than you think. Yeah, so we have two headlines, H1 and H2. And here below, I would like to have a button. So for now, I'll just put a button, and it will say start my page. And well, that's it. Nothing is styled for now, but we will fix it. So first, let's fix this H1. I'll put the tags like this because it will be easier to read the class names. So we want the text to be huge, so let's do 4XL here. And this looks nice, but we can make it even bigger. Let's do 8XL. Yes, maybe that's too big. Let's do 6. And now let's also make this bold. Let's see, font bold. Yeah, that's nice. Now here I would like to add a breaking line like this. And now for the whole section, I want everything to be centered. So let's put class names here. Let's put a border. So as you can see, we have border for the section. Now I want this to be more narrow. So let's do max width of, let's say, XS. So now it's this narrow. It's too narrow. Let's do like, I know, small. It's too small. Let's do maybe large. Yeah, I think this will be very better. Now I want this to be centered. So let's do MX auto and the text auto. So I want everything text center. So I want to have everything centered here inside. That looks nice. And now I would like to remove this border. We don't need this anymore. And that looks really nice. Now I would need to have some spacing. So let's maybe go to this H2. Let's add some enters here. Let's add a class name that I want margin top of 4. So here we will have this spacing, and margin bottom of, maybe let's do 8. So we have more spacing to the button. Now let's style this button a little bit. So let's put this here. Now let's do a class name, and let's do background color will be, let's see, can we do background of yellow? Let's do yellow 300. Let's see. Yeah, that looks nice. And let's add padding on the sides of 4. Let's do more. Let's do 8. Yeah, and on the top and the bottom, let's do 4. Yes, and let's do bold text. Yes, and let's do rounded corners of full. So fully rounded corners like this. And now we have a nice looking button. Right, so this looks fine, I would say. Maybe we could put a breaking line here. Let's see, let's put a breaking line here. Let's see how this looks like. Yeah, I think this looks really nice. So now the next part would be, we have a splash here to start a page. But we need to put something on the top here, like a logo, and what else? Maybe some links. So we could put this here, but we want to have it for other pages as well. So I'm going to put this inside our layout. Here you can see we have a body and HTML tag, and first I'm going to put inside the body before the children, and the children is actually our page here. Here above I'm going to put a header, and inside header, what do you want to have? Well, I would like to have a logo and some links, and that's it. So let's put a logo. It will be just a link. So I'm going to use a link tag from the next link component from the next link. And sometimes, or most of the times, I just put the name here and I hit enter, and it auto imports this component for me. So it adds actually this line here, and if your editor doesn't do it automatically for you, you need to add those import lines manually. All right, so we have imported link here, and it will be a link to the home page. And here we want to put a name. So let's put just buy me a coffee. And now let's see, that looks fine. Now what else? It would be nice to have an icon here, right? So let's go to Font Awesome, and I'm going to search for a coffee icon. And well, I think this one looks nice. Mug Hut. So we're going to use it for React, for Next to be precise, but well, it's React here. So we need to install Font Awesome for React. So let's see. I think this icon maybe not be free. Let's see. Yeah, it's free icons only, so this should work. Let's go here, React, and using icons with React, we have a link here, so we can use this to see how to install this stuff. So we will need this SVG core from Fort Awesome. So let's go here to our terminal. Let's open a new tab, because here in this tab we have our app running, and let's do pnpm add. Let's add this. Now we will need to put more stuff here. Let's put free solid SVG icons. Let's add it after space. Let's add space so we can add more stuff. Let's add those brand icons. I'm going to put all of the icons here. So let's see. Is it all? Now we also want to have free solid SVG icons, or maybe we already have it. SVG core, free solid SVG icons. I think we have everything. Let's see. Fort Awesome, React Awesome, do we have it? No, but we should probably do. So let's select this. Let's put it here, and I think that's it. So some things are probably not needed, but you definitely need this React Font Awesome, and you definitely need this Font Awesome SVG core. And then you can decide if you want to have solid SVG icons, but we need this for this one. You can also add this free brands SVG icons. I try to add it because, well, there are some icons like Twitter or Facebook icon and so on. So sometimes you need this. All right, so we have our coffee here that we want to use, and there are two ways of doing this in React. There is a global import and individual import. The difference is, as you can see in the syntax, that for the global import you put a string here. For individual import you put import an icon and put it here. I try to use individual import because it's more space efficient. And let's go now to our link in the header, and let's put this icon here. So let's do Font Awesome icon. Let's hit enter. It has been imported for me here at the top, as you can see. And now we can put the icon here inside this icon property. So let's put FA mag hot, and this didn't. Let's see, let's import this from free solid SVG icons. Let's see, did it import? Yes, it did here. Now let's see if it works. Well, kind of did. So now let's try to fix this link. So for maybe let's start with this icon. Let's add some class name here. Let's add height of 8. And let's see how this will look like. Yeah, that's much better. Now for the whole link, I want to add some class names here as well. So let's put class names like flex and gap of 1. So it will be in one line of flex and we'll have gap of 1 between the items. And maybe we should change it to inline flex. Yes, that's good. Now let's center the text. So let's do items center, and let's see. Now the text is centered, but I think I would prefer the text to be a little bit lower. It will be visually better, I think. So I'm going to cut this and put this inside the span. And for the span, I'm going to add the margin top of 2. So now let's see. Yeah, now it's not centered with this icon, but it's more to the bottom, as you can see. I can zoom in so you can see it better. The middle of the icon is somewhere here. So you can see that the text is not centered, but it's visually more appealing if it's not the middle, because here we have this hot air, and I want to make it more to the middle, so more to the mag itself. You can test it a little bit. You can change this to margin top 1 and try different stuff. I think this looks fine for now. So I will zoom in a little bit. Yeah, let's do like this. Now let's maybe add some classes to our header. First, I will put like border 5 or 4, so we'll see how we see the border. Yeah, it looks fine. I want to have some spacing on the sides, so well, maybe something like well, let's see. Well, maybe not spacing on the sides, or just automatic spacing. So it should start somewhere here and the header should end here. So inside our header, I will put a div, and this div will have a class names to be max width. Let's see, max width of extra large, and I will put this link here inside, and this div will be also centered. So let's do mx auto. So as you can see now, it's centered, and it's this big, this narrow. Okay, so now we can maybe remove this border from the header. We can move it to this div so we can see how it looks like. Maybe we could make it more bigger, wider. Yeah, let's try 2XL. So now it looks like this. And we can add some basic padding on the sides. So we can do padding on the sides of 4. Let's see. Yeah, so for mobiles it will not be aligned to the very left side. Right, so this looks fine for now. Let's get rid of this border, and let's add some spacing on the top and on the bottom. So maybe on this div, let's add padding on the top and the bottom of, let's do maybe 4 as well here. That looks fine. We have some spacing here. We want to have more spacing here, so maybe on the header let's do margin bottom of 8, so we have more space here. I want to have more space. Let's do 16. Yes, that looks nice. And we have this logo here. I would like this logo to be yellow, I think. Let's try with yellow color, yellow 300. Let's put, I think it was like text, yellow 300. So let's see. Yeah, it works. No, this yellow is not good here. Let's put just half of 8. and this will work for now. All right, so now we have a logo on the left side of our header. On the right, I would like to have a page to log in, sign up, and maybe about or FAQ or something like this. So we will have another container. Let's maybe do navigation, and here we will have, well, we want to have a link to a separate page, let's say about, and here we'll put ref to / about. Let's see. Yeah, now we want the navigation to be on the right side, so on this div here, let's put flex. So here we have about, and we will center this in a moment. Let's see, let's add justify between, so it should add space between. Yes, it did. Now as you can see, this about link is not centered as it should be with this logo text here, and this is because we need to add our margin top of 2, same thing that we added here for the text. And now let's see, is it in line with this text? Yes, it is. So we have about, and let's see, we have an error that it cannot resolve it, or just a warning. Yeah, and because when we click on this, we will have 4. Looks nice. And this is because we need to add inside app, we need to add our directory called about, and inside we need to create a page.tsx. So the page tsx, and inside let's do export default function, and let's create page about page, and let's do return. I just put about this service, not server, and we have about this service. Doesn't look that good, but well, it works. Let's go back to the home page, and here let's also go back to our layout because we want to fix the header. All right, so let's see, we have header here, and it looks fine. We have about, but we also need to have login and sign up button. So let's put button. First one will be login, and the second one will be sign up. Yes, now we have like 3 links. The first one is the link, and then we have 2 buttons, but we have no styling on those, that's why they look identical. For navigation, let's add also flex. Let's add gap of, let's try with 2. Now I see 2 is not enough, let's do 4. Yeah, I think this will be maybe enough space. You can try with 6 if you want. Well, I think this will work. So for sign up, I'm going to add to make it more like a splash button, so yellow and rounded corners. Let's put the text here. Let's close the button here. Let's do background yellow 300. Rounded full, let's see, rounded full. Let's add the padding on the all sides of 4. That's too much. Let's do on the X of 4, and on the Y, let's do only 2. Yeah, this looks much better. And we have flex here and gap, but let's add item center, so everything will be centered and in line. Yes, and now for the login, I think sign up looks fine. Now for the login, I would like to make it gray or something like this. So let's put login here, and let's do class name, background gray. Let's do 200. Let's see how it will look like. Yeah, now let's do Same thing here, rounded full. Padding on the sides of 4, on the top and the bottom will be 2. Now, I don't think this looks correct. Maybe we should have different styling here. So instead of this background gray 200, I will do border of 2. Yeah, and maybe, let's see, this looks a little bit better. I think we can decrease the gap to 4. Yeah. I don't know, maybe instead of doing this way, I will add a line here between those. Or at least we could add more spacing here. Let's add more spacing. So on this one, let's do margin left and let's do 4. And this generic gap, let's decrease it to 2. Yeah, I think this looks a little bit better. Yeah, I think we can keep it this way. Let's maybe increase this gap to back to 4. Yeah, I think this will work. We should probably also add more links. So you can have something like contact, and what else? FAQ maybe. So let's add an FAQ page, FAQ. Yeah, something like this. This will work for now. Let's see. Maybe we could increase the spacing. Let's increase back to 6. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe the spacing here is too much. But, well, we can put those buttons into a separate div. Let's grab those buttons. Let's put those into this div. And now we can do on this div flex as well and gap only of 2. So now we have a smaller spacing here. We can do maybe 4 if we want. Yeah, I think this will look good enough. So we have login, sign up, about, FAQ, contact. We created this about page just to test things. And we can go back and forth between the home page with our logo and about page. Alright, so we have our start page here with a splash screen splash section. We have header, and I think the next part will be actually to fix those buttons, start my page, login, and sign up, because whatever we want to do, we want to sign up or log in or start the page, you need to log in first. So the next step will be actually authentication. We need to authenticate our users, so do some kind of registration and login system, so we can create an account, and then we can create profiles, user accounts, and stuff like this. So now I will going to use Next.js for our authentication. So let's open documentation for Next.js to install everything. Next.js, and let's go to getting started, and it automatically opens for us this PNPM section. We just need to add those and this label Next.js. So let's open terminal. Let's do PNPM add Next.js. And now let's see what else. And the next step is don't do this, because here they say if you're using Next.js 13 or above with app router, which we do because nowadays it's recommended by Next, you need to do this different way with route handlers and by following this guide. So let's open this one. And now let's see. We need to create this file, and I'm going to hide terminal for now. So as you can see, inside app, which we have here, we need to create directory API, then this auth directory, then inside we need to create this directory with this weird name, next auth with this square brackets and dot 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 here. And then inside this, we need to create this route TS. I'm going to show you a trick that many modern editors can do something like this. We want to create API and auth and next auth and then route TS inside, and all of this should be inside app directory. So let's do inside app directory, new file, and for the file name I'm going to put all of this, and this will actually create this directory structure for me. So as you can see, it created API directory. Inside API directory, it created this auth directory. Then inside it created this directory with weird file name with square brackets and ... next auth. And inside it created this route TS file. So exactly the same path inside our app directory. If you can do this inside your editor, you need to first create directory API, then inside API you need to create directory auth, and so on. And inside this one you need to create a file route TS. But in most modern editors you can just put a path and it will create all the directories. All right, so now let's see. Let's copy paste this. And now, as you can see here, we have an error because we can't have just ... And here we also have an error because this cannot be empty. Let's see. It's not empty object is not assignable to type of options. Property providers is missing. And so let's add providers, and let's see, we will need some kind of provider. Let's go to providers here, and well, let's see, OAuth email credentials. Well, actually we have providers here inside configuration, but we also have providers here. So let's open here, and as you can see here, we have a long list of different providers, and I'm going with Google because it's the quickest one to configure. So for documentation, we have here configuration. Let's open this link, and here I'm just going to use a project I created before. Let's go to this search. Let's do OAuth, open authentication, OAuth, like this, and here OAuth consent screen or credentials, doesn't matter, it will open the same screen. So credentials, let's click create credentials, and OAuth client ID, yes, application type web, and then let's see, authorize redirect URLs. This is important, as you can see in the documentation. For authorize redirect URLs, we need to use those. So for the production, when you have your domain, you need to put it like this, with replacing this your domain to your actual domain. For development, we have localhost 3000 that we are going to use. So let's put this here. Let's now we just have this one. Let's hit create. And now it's created. If you create your first project, you will need to add consent screen, but it's pretty forward. You just need to put basically an email address, and that's it. Now let's see, we have client ID and client secret. I need to save it, so let's go to our main directory here, and let's create .env files where we will have all of our secrets. So let's put Google, not Googly, Google client ID, and this, and let's put new line, Google client secret, and let's copy this, and like this. Right, so now let's go to route TS, and let's see, providers is still red and empty. Let's see what's the next thing here. We need to have import this Google provider. So let's import this here on the top. And I guess providers is an array. Yes, so let's create an array here. And inside we just put Google provider like this. We call it as a function. And for here we have client ID and a client secret, and we have a TypeScript error on both. Let's see why. Because this process in the Google client's ID and this one client secret can be actually empty, and those want to have strings and not empty stuff. So let's just say, well, it's always a string here. You can be assured that it's always a string. Otherwise, we would need to assign to constants first and then check if it's actually a string. Otherwise, just throw an error. It's simply this way, as string. This is string because we have it here and we know that those are actually strings. All right, so now let's see. We have our Google provider, right? Right. So this should work. So let's see. Those buttons don't do anything. Our authentication would work, but there's one more thing. We can now basically add authentication for those buttons with Google provider. But the thing is that I want to save our users to a database. And I want to have email addresses and save profiles and sessions and so on. So I'm going to use Mongo Atlas for this to create a free database, and use Mongoose to save this information. So sessions, user profiles, and so on. So let's do Mongo Atlas. Let's open this and let's see, let's hit sign in. I'm going to sign in with Google. And I'm going to create a new project here. Let's do new project. And let's call this one, well, Buy Me a Coffee. I think I spelled this correct. Let's do next. And let's hit create project. And let's see. Now we have our project created. We can create a database. That's nice. Here, let's go with this free tier, so free database. I like really much free stuff. Here, I don't need to change anything because I'm based in Stockholm, so this database can be placed in Stockholm. Let's just hit clear, create deployment, and this should create our database. So it created a username and password for us. Before, with earlier versions, you would need to save those, because then you would need to, well, you would need to save the username and password. But nowadays you can just create it and get the password later. I'm going to rename this to just David, and here David, and here the password. Let this be it. And now let's go to create database user. Let's create this user and let's go choose a connection method. And let's go to, well, we can click shell, compass, MongoDB for VS Code. Doesn't really matter. It will show the same string. And this is the only thing we need. Here, the thing is, before there wasn't this option to show password. So it was always like this, without the password. It was just like this password. So before we had to copy the password before saving the user. Nowadays you can just click and see the password. I'm going to change this password later so you guys cannot use it and not use my resources and database here. Let's put this string inside our .env file, so inside our secrets. Let's name it Mongo, maybe db URL equals, and let's put this inside here. Now, a good practice is to put something after slash, and this will be a database name. Default is test, So if you don't put anything, I think it will be test. But it's good to put some names. You can put prod or local host, or doesn't matter, just some kind of name. I'm going to put the same name as the project name, so buy me a coffee, like this. Let's hit save, and that should work. Now we have a string for our database. We created the database, but we need to put this, and that we need to connect this database with our authentication system, right? Let's close providers, and we have adapters here. And here we have MongoDB. Let's open this one, and let's see, for PNPM, let's copy those. Let's open terminal, paste, enter. So this will be installed. And we need those MongoDB URI. They put this as URI. Okay, let's rename ours to MongoDB URI instead of URL. I don't really know what's the difference between URL and URI, I think. It's not that important here. Now, let's see. Okay, I think it's URI because it's not regular URL. All right, so then we have this MongoDB adapter that we need to put into our configuration. Route TS inside the app API auth next auth. Let's hide the terminal and let's put this MongoDB adapter. Let's put this here like this, and let's see how to use it. We just do adapter and we just put MongoDB adapter. So let's put under providers, adapter, MongoDB adapter. Here we have an error. Let's see why. Client promise is not defined. So as you can see here, we need to have this file for client promise. We can go through this file. Let me just copy this. They want us to put this inside libdbts. Let's do this. We can place it somewhere else if we want, but well, I don't know if it matters. So file lib slash db.ts. I'm going to put everything here. Now we have some small issues here. Let's see. I think this will work. Let's see, maybe this will actually work, and it's just my editor. Let's see what's the error here. Element implicitly has any because of type of global this has no index signature. Maybe we can declare it here on the top, global stuff. So let's do declare global. And let's try variable of this thing will be string, and let's see if this error will disappear. No, it will not. Let's maybe try another way. Let's do global this equals null. Well, I googled this error and I think I found a quick solution here. Someone just posted that you just put global with Mongo. Let's try to put this. Let's put let global with Mongo. It's global this and Mongo client promise of Mongo client. Right, let's see if this will work. So instead of global, we are going to use global with Mongo, like this, and here, and here, and this should work right now. Let's see how this works. We define global with Mongo, that is global, as type of global this. So we define that it's global this, and we also put Mongo client response of this type. All right. So let's see now what we do here. If you want to know what this file actually does, it just creates a database connection using this Mongo URI that we have inside our .env file, and it checks if we have this promise. If we don't have this promise, it creates a Mongo client and it assigns to this global variable called Mongo client response. Otherwise, it just returns this client. So here we have else if it's not development. If it's production, we don't use a global variable because we don't use localhost and we need to create file again. But if we have a client promise, then we just export it this way. So it doesn't matter if we create it if we get it from this global variable or we create a new client. At the end of the file, we just export this promise, and this is promised to the connection to our Mongo database. So let's see, now we should be able to import this. Yes, now it's imported. Let's see, our adapter is saying that something is wrong. Let's see what is wrong here. Let's see, adapter type of create user are incompatible. Let's see, maybe first I'm going to put those options into separate constant. Let's do auth options equals this, and let's put auth options here. And now let's see here, what is the problem? Is it the same problem? And this, our object is not assignable to a parameter of type of options because adapter create user are incompatible between these types. Okay, let's see if we have missed anything from here. No, I think we have everything. So let's put here as. This should work. So let's do auth options. Let's import this type. And now we got rid of this error. So now it looks fine. So now let's see inside our database. Let's close this. Let's go to database. We can go to browse collections. Here this will be, well, I have some old databases here, as you can see, but let's try to authenticate and let's see if this will work. Let's go back to app layout and let's maybe fix the login button. Let's put class names here and I'm going to add on click. And on click, I want to put a function, arrow function, and let's do sign in this from Next auth React, and let's put Google here. And now we have an error. Why? Because if we do on click, it needs to be inside the client component, and this is server component for now, our layout. So I'm going to put header as a separate component. Let's grab everything from the header, cut this from here, save. Let's put header separately. Well, I think I'm going to create a new directory here called components, and inside I will put a header component. So let's do new file header.tsx. I could do tsx, or I have actually a template here that I can use. If I just put header as a name, it will create header tsx with this export default function header, return, and here empty React fragment. Here inside I can just paste my header, and on the top we had to use client to make it client component. Let's go back to layout and let's import our header like this. Let's see, it has been imported here. We can get rid of those unused imports, so like this. And now this works. our header is here. We have header tsx. Let's see if we have used tsx on all places. Yes, tsx. All right. Sometimes I forgot and I just put js or ts without x. And you should add x and if it's component to tell the editor that it's a tsx or jsx. So it's a React component. All right, so now let's see if I click the login button, what happens. I'm redirected to the login page, and let's log in with my account here, and let's see, sign in to test. Yes, because that's how I named my app here inside Google authentication. I think here, yeah, my first project, and I created a test app here. Let's go hit continue, and now I'm logged in. You don't see this, but if I would go back to the layout, I can actually check here and if I'm logged in or not. I can show you how to do this. To do this, we will need to use our auth options. So we would need to export them from here so we can use them on other places. But I don't want to have it inside this route because it's kind of like a configuration. So I'm going to cut it from here and I'm going to put this inside the sleep directory. Let's put new file here called auth options.ts, not tsx because it's not a component. And let's export const auth options like this. Now let's go back to this route. As you can see, auth options is now undefined. We need to import this. So it imports like this. We can get rid of those unused imports. Those are not used here anymore. Those are used here inside. So this looks fine. Now let's go back to our layout. I wanted to show you how to show the logged in user here. So first let's grab session here. And this is a server component. We can even add use server on the top. We have an error here, and this is because we need to add async here. Default async function. All server components needs to be as async functions. Right, so now let's see what's the error here. Okay, the use server file can only export async functions. So, well, basically it means that we cannot export metadata here. Well, maybe we don't need to post use server. It will be a server component anyway as default. Let's try to use session here. Const session equals await get server session, and we imported this function here. And let's now import our auth options, and let's see, auth options like this. Well, yeah, here those are imported now. Let's see, looks like we have an error. Yes, so this is some kind of weird error. Let's go to auth options and let's here say that it's always as auth options. So we will type this as a fully working auth options. All right, so here we have a session. So what we can do here is maybe before the children, we can do something like this. We can do JSON stringify session. And now, as you can see, we have a JSON here with user, my name here, my email. We have even an image URL. So that looks really nice. So I could actually pass this session to this header here. I can put session like this. here inside our header, we can define this session as session to be of session, next of session. Do we have this? No, let's see. Let's go back here. Let's see what's the type of the session. It's just called session. So it's this session. Let's import this from next of, and now it's correct and typed. All right, so now let's get rid from the layout. And as you can see, even though we grab the session inside the layout, inside the server component, we can actually pass it to the header that I just removed by accident. Header session. Let's pass it like this. And let's see, we have an error. Okay, and the error says type session or null is not assignable to type session. So this one always wants a session, and our session can be actually null if we are not logged in. So we can go back to header and say, okay, this is either session or null. Not like this, null. So now inside session, we know that it's either a session or null. All right, so now we can do something like this. We have here login and sign up button. We can do something like this. If we have a session, or maybe let's do, if we don't have a session, let's do end parenthesis. Inside, let's do React fragment, and let's put those two buttons to show only if we don't have a session. So now we don't have a session. Now we do have a session, so it doesn't show the buttons. This will only run if we don't have a session. Now we do, so that's why we don't see these buttons. Now let's do for if we have a session. Let's do end parenthesis. And here I'm going to put a button to log out. Let's make this look exactly the same as sign up, but it will say log out. And well, it looks fine. I'm going only to add on click. So let's put this maybe here. Let's put on click, and let's put arrow function sign out. And I think that will be it. So now if I click here, log out, yeah, now I don't have a session and I can log in. I can pick my user and I can log in with my Google provider. Maybe I can add here like hello and the name of the user. So let's put session user name. But here we have an error because user can be actually undefined, even if we have a session. So let's put a question mark here, just in case. So we have hello and by name. That's good. Instead of this React fragment, let's put a div with some class names. I want to put the flex and items center, so it will be centered here. And now I want to have some spacing here, so let's add gap of 2, and I don't want to have my full name here, so well, I want to grab a name as a constant here before. So the const equals const name equals, and let's put this name here like this. If we have a session, let's put the question mark here in case this is empty. And now let's do something like this. Const first name. From the name, we will do split by space, and we will grab the first part. But the thing here is that we cannot run split because name is possibly null or undefined. So we will do something like this. In case if it's null or undefined, let's make it to an empty string. So now this will be either an empty string or a string with the name from the session. And now the first name will always be a string. That is, well, either the first name, so the first thing after, I can show you, if we have a string that looks like my full name like this, it will split here with this split, and it will be an array of 2 elements here. First my first name and then last name, and we take the first, so the index 0 part, only the first name here. Right, I think there are like labels to grab this as well, so you can search for first name. So you have labels like this, parse full name and stuff like this. Maybe I can show you how to use it, because if you have something like this, you see, or I can zoom in, if you have Mr. David Davis inside the full name, then it would take on this thing, because it's the, if we would do split on the spaces, this is the first item. So we don't want to have title, we want to have first name. Let's use it. Let's see, I'm going to copy this. Let's do npm add and this, and let's see, can we do just import like this? Let's do import parse full name from parse full name, and let's see if we can just use it as a function. So let's do here parse full name, call it as a function, and let's put our name here. And now let's use our first name here instead of this session, and let's see. Looks like this didn't work, and looks like this doesn't support imports. Let's do import, search for import, nothing found. Well, that's weird. Let's see, parse full name. Okay, I think the error is actually that we don't have types for this, but as you can see, they say they do have types. Let's see if we search for types. Yeah, types are available. So we can just copy those. And we want to have TypeScript types. So let's do npm add types parse full name. And let's see if this will solve this issue. Can we do refresh? No. Well, the error is this is not a function. All right, so let's see. Let's remove it. Let's remove this import, and let's put parse full name. Okay, so this is how we need to import it, with those curly brackets. Right, and let's put our name here, and this should work. Let's try to reload. Okay, so this doesn't return first name. It returns all of those: title, first name, and suffix, error, and stuff like this. We want to grab only first, and as you can see, we want to use it here. But this returns an object that has this first, but we want to rename it to first name, like this, because we use it as first name here. We could also use it as they return it first and just put first here, but well, I think it's better to put first name here and first name here, so we know what we are dealing with. So hello David. Maybe we could do, instead of hello, an icon. So we can do like font awesome, and here FA user, something like this. I need to import this from solid SVG icons. Let's remove this hello, and we have this icon here. I think well, it looks fine. What I would like to do here is to put maybe a border here around all of this. So let's see, maybe on this div, as you can see inside this div, we have this icon, first name and the button. Let's try to add border of yellow 300. Yeah, something like this, but much bigger border. Let's do border 2. And let's make it rounded full. Yeah, something like this. Well, I don't think it looks that good as I thought. So I'm going to remove this weird border. Let's keep this rounded full. Let's remove this border, and instead I'm going to add background of gray 200. Let's see. Yeah, I think that is a little better. Let's add a little bit of padding. So let's put padding left of 2. Yeah, that looks nice. And maybe more. Let's put 3 like this. Yeah, I think this looks nice. Maybe a better way of doing this would be to actually show an avatar here, because we have it. So instead of this icon, let's use an avatar. So let's put next image. So let's do image. You can use a regular image tag if you want, but I think using next image is recommended nowadays because it's more, well, optimal and stuff like this. So the source here will be from session user image like this. And here for the alternative text, I'm going to put avatar. And now let's see. And now the error is that this source is not added to the, sorry, no, the error is we need to put width. So let's put width to be, let's put 24, height of 24 as well. And let's see. And now we have this error that hostname of this needs to be added to the next config. So let's go to next config and let's add this to the trusted host names. Let's see, tsconfig, next config here. And where we need to add this, let's see. Images, remote patterns. Let's copy this part. Let's put it here. And instead of this host name, let's get rid of this path name. We don't need this. And for the host name, we need to put this. And instead of this, let's put just asterisk here. Anything from the googleusercontent.com should work. So now let's try to reload. And let's see if this works. Yes, I have my avatar here, so that is nice. Let's make it bigger. So for let's see what's the error here. Okay, it can be undefined. Let's add as string. This will be always a string. All right, so for the width and height, let's put maybe 48 here. So now it's bigger than the actual div here. I'm going to add some class names here to make it smaller. Let's see. Well, what do we want to do here? Let's make it first rounded. So the rounded full. Yes, that looks better. But now I think we start to have too much stuff here. So I'm going to get rid of this logout, and we will have a logout inside our profile instead. We will have only one button for our profile here. So let's, instead of having this button on click logout, we will put this avatar and first name here. Let's put it here, and this looks terrible, of course. Let's get rid of this background gray. We don't need this anymore. No gap here. We don't need the flex or item center or rounded or padding left. So now we just need to fix this button. So let's see. Let's put flex here. Yes, and let's see, we have some paddings here. Let's fix those paddings. Paddings on all sides will be 2, so we can just basically just do padding of 2. Now we have flex, we need to add items center, so this will be centered. Let's add a gap of 2, so we'll have some small gap. We have padding on 2 on all sides, but padding on the right side, let's make it bigger. Like this, maybe 6. Yeah, now this is really big, so I want this to be smaller. Let's maybe decrease the padding to 1. Yes, and let's make this avatar smaller as well. So we can either make those smaller, like 36, or maybe 36 will work. Yeah, I think 36 will work. I think this looks fine. You can try with, I don't know, any number here. You can do 30 if you want, or like 24 or 28. I think 24 is too small. Let's do at least 32. I would do 36. I like big images. Right, so let's decrease this padding right to maybe 4. Yeah, I think this will be good enough. So this will be a link to our profile. For now it doesn't work, but we will fix it. So now we can actually log in. We could log out, but we have removed this button. The most important thing is that we can log in. I can also go to my application cookies. I can remove those next auth cookies, and I will be not logged in anymore. So I can click login again, login, and I will have my session back here. We connected also our database, so I can go to, let's see, we have database, and let's click browse collections. And as you can see, we have this Buymeacoffee table and database, sorry. And inside we have 3 collections: accounts, sessions, and users. The difference between users and accounts is that you can have many accounts to one user. So for example, I have my email that is, let's see, inside users, it's this email. And I can log in with different accounts, for example, with Google, with Twitter, with Facebook. So you can have many accounts here, many documents of accounts information to one user. And here you just have sessions. So this is my previous session, and this one is the previous, and this one is the latest. So if I could remove those sessions, then I would not be logged in anymore. If I refresh, as you can see, I would need to log in again. You can do something like Netflix has, that you can see your sessions on other devices if you want, but that's just some extra stuff that you may want to implement later. Let's log in back to our account. And so we have our sessions, we have our authentication, and it looks fine. The next part is that when we log in or when we register, we want to create our profile. So we want to create our page where we just put maybe a cover image, we put some information about our work and stuff like this, and we can collect donations from other people, right? So this will be the next part. So we can fix this button and this button, so we can go to our profile page, configure our own URL like / and then the username, and we can start collecting donations. All right, so I think the next step will be that when we click on this link with our profile, it will open our profile page. So let's see, here we have a button, And let's change this to a link. And let's put a href here. It will go to /profile. Well, we could do /profile, or we could do just a unique profile URL. So I think it would be better to have it directly with unique URLs for each user. So for example, for this user, I'm logged in. I would like to have a URL that will be like buymeacoffee.io or .com, then / and then my name, if it's available, of course, if it's not used by anyone else. But well, we don't know what username this user wants because we didn't ask yet. And but we can generate temporary username like / and random numbers if we want. And this is what I'm going to do. So here, after this / I'm going to grab the session user and then ID. But looks like ID is not provided here. So let's see, what do we got? What else do we get? Maybe instead of, yeah, we don't have ID of the user. Let's see what we do have. So I'm going to put JSON stringify on the session to see what else we get. We have a user, we get the name, we get the email, and we get the image. Okay, we could grab the ID based on the email, but well, I think we don't need this that much. It's not that important. We can use something else. We could use email address. So let's use this one. Let's go here on to the top and let's grab a username. So let's do const username, and maybe I will call it TMP username for now. And we will do something like this. We will grab the session user email, and well, from this email, I'm going to replace all of non-letters, so non-letters to empty string. So let's just try to use this TMP username to this link as the plus TMP username. And now let's see how this looks like. It didn't work because if I click, it will go with this @ sign and dot, and I wanted to get rid of this. And this is replace anything. Okay, this means to replace the letters, and I want to replace anything except the letters. So it should be actually like this, but thing here, I think I need to add global flag. Now let's try again. Yeah, now as you can see, if I click here, it creates, it goes to this URL. So this is better. We can keep it like this for now. But here the issue can be that someone can actually take this as a username. So what can we do about this? Well, maybe we can get rid of this, replace, and we can just use the email for now. So we get 404, but well, we get a unique URL. Using emails is maybe not that good of an idea for URLs. So, well, that leaves us with option of, right, either we don't use unique URLs on the beginning and we'll ask the user, or we need to generate this from something else. And I think we will just get rid of this TMP username, and we will just for now go with /profile. So our URL will go to /profile for now. And on this page, we will ask the user, hey, how do you want this, your unique URL to look like? Do you want to have your email or your just first name? Just pick any username you want to use so we can use it on the URL here. All right, so now we are on page profile and we get 404. So we need to create this page here. Let's see, let's close this about API. Inside app, we need to put a file inside profile, and inside profile directory, we need to create our page.tsx. And so you can see, as you can see, it created this profile directory, and inside we have this page.tsx. So that is nice. Here we just need to put export default function, and let's put here page. Let's put profile page. Let's call it profile page, and this will return for now just a div with profile. Right, this looks fine for me for now. Well, so now let's make it async. And what else? Let's also make it, of course, use server, just to be sure that this works. Yes, and this is a server component now, so we can grab some stuff from here. Here we will have some information like URL stuff. Let's see, args. Let's try to print this. Let's print those maybe here. So let's do args like this, and those should be displayed here in the console. So if I refresh, you can see that we have params and search params. Actually, we don't need to use it because we know the URL here. So we are going to use it later when we will use unique URLs for each user. I just wanted to show you how this, what properties we get for server components, server pages. Right, but now we have profile, and well, here we want to show display user profile. So an avatar, a cover image, name, username, name, and what else? Bio. So just a longer text or something like this. And underneath we will have list of donations, something like this. And this profile that you configure on this screen will be also later available on your, on your own unique URL page, except you will not be able to edit this. So now we can start by making this centered. So we should start somewhere here, right? So let's put here a class name, max with, I think it was 2XL, MX auto, so it will be centered. And let's see, I think this looks good. We just need to add some padding on the sides, as we did with this header, padding of 2. Let's see, maybe it should be 4. Let's see, with 4. Yeah, I think it was 4 for the header as well. Yeah, now everything is in line. So for the profile, let's put here what we want to have. So we want to have avatar. Let's put for now break line, or maybe we can put divs. Avatar, we want to have cover image. We want to have an input for, let's put placeholder username for the, or maybe let's call it URL, URL, or maybe URI. I don't know how to call it URL. No, let's call it username. I think it's a better name. And then name, or maybe let's call it display name, placeholder display name. And then we will have text area. We don't need those calls and rows. Let's add a placeholder for bio. And later we'll have a div for donations list, ... So now it will look something like this. So we have avatar, cover image, username, display name, bio. Here we will put like a file picker button. Same for this. We will place it nicely, and then we will also need to have here underneath the text area a button to actually save changes or save profile. Yeah. So maybe we can start by adding some basic styling for avatar, cover image, and those inputs. So I will put a gray div here. On the top, I'm going to put a div with test inside. Let's do background gray of 200. Let's add some padding. So we have something like this. And now I want to make rounded corners on this gray thing. So let's do rounded, but not full. I'm going to put medium. Medium is enough. Maybe let's make this large. So even more rounded corners. And now I want to put avatar on the left side here as a circle. So let's cut this from here. Let's remove this test. Or maybe let's put test here. And now for this avatar, I will add background gray of 300. I will put width of 24. We can actually do just size 24. And now let's see how this looks like. Yeah, we have avatar here. It's a square. Let's add here rounded medium. No, rounded full. It needs to be a circle. Avatar needs to be a circle. And this looks fine, I would say. Maybe we don't want to have a circle. Or do we want to have a circle for avatar? We can also pull this avatar down here. So it's here, somewhere in between. Yeah, I think this will look nice. So we have avatar here. Let's add some padding for now for this text inside. Yeah, so we have something like this. This looks fine. We can, instead of this test, we can put also here cover image for now. So we will have cover image and avatar here inside. Right, so this will work. Then we will have username, display name, and bio. We don't actually need display name because we get it from our authentication. So let's get rid of this one. Or maybe do we want to have this editable display name? Yeah, let's keep it for now. And the bio, it's just a text area. Okay, and then we have a save profile and list of donations. I think this sounds good. Right, so now the next part will be to style this so we can actually edit avatar, edit cover image, this image here, edit username, display name, and bio. We can save it then into our database. We can save this as of course those changes and put it to database, to our profile. And then once we have it, we can show the same thing for any guests at the unique URLs. For example, if you put like David, we will save it. Of course, if it's not used by anyone else, and your URL will be /David or something, or wherever you put here. And then you can display your page and you can collect donations. Instead of, we will have donations list and a form to, so you can donate some money if it's not your own profile. All right, so I was thinking, let's start with simple stuff. So username, display name, and bio. So those text fields, let's save them somewhere, and then we will go back to those images. So first, username, the most important, because we want to have a unique URL here at /profile. So let's do this. So for now, we need to have some kind of styling, right? So let's go and see. We have input here, here, and here. I think I will go to globals, CSS, and I will put some styling here. For input of type text, and for text area as well, and I'm putting this inside globals because I don't want to apply the same thing for all of those three. So otherwise I would need to add the class names for all of those, and now I just do apply in one place. So I want those to be block with full, and let's add a little bit of border. So now we have something like this, and that's better. Let's also add some padding, maybe of 2, so we will have some spacing. Yes, and now I would like also to have some labels above each one. So let's go here to our profile page. And for each div, I will put a label. And let's see, first label will be username. Let's do a colon like this, or maybe, yeah, let's keep this. And let's do the same thing for display name. So let's put here display name, and here for bio, without those colons maybe. So let's see how this will look like. Let's save it. Yeah, not bad. Now we have this HTML4, and to make it work we would need to add IDs here. So let's try to do this. Let's put here user name input like this. Same here. Now here let's do ID of display name input, and here let's put also display name input, and here let's put ID of bio input, and here bio input. So now this way, if we click on the label, it will focus on the input. Right, so this looks fine. Now maybe we could add some spacing, right? So I'm going to select all of those labels, and for each I'm going to add the class name margin top of let's do maybe 4. So I added margin top 4 on each one, and looks like we didn't get any result. Let's see why. I will do inspect. Let's zoom in. We have this label, but looks like we didn't get any margin top. Let's see. Let's inspect this one. We get margin top 1 rem, but it doesn't seem to work. Okay, maybe we need to make those as block elements first. Yeah, now we get some spacing, so that is nice. So now we have a little bit of styling. Now let's fix this button here. So let's add some class names, and well, I would like to have the same styling that we have on the homepage. So let's maybe start by putting this here and this here, so we'll have more space for class names. Background yellow 300. Let's do padding on the sides of 4, on the top and the bottom of 2, rounded the full, and let's see how this will look like. Let's go here. Yeah, I think it looks fine. One thing that I don't like is that we don't have rounded corners on those inputs, but we can fix it. Let's go to globals and let's do rounded large. So now we have rounded corners even here on the inputs, but for the input, let's see, we have this input here. Let's change it from full to large. So now, yeah, I think this looks better. We also want to have like margin top of 4 on this button, so we have some spacing here, and I think it looks nice. And yeah, now let's see, I would like to put some stuff here, and like David, and display name my full name, and here some bio, and if I click save, it should be saved. So I'm going to save this information, but I need to have a place to save it. As you can see, we have accounts, sessions, and users, and we don't want to touch them because those are used for session and authentication. Instead, we will create our own collection called profiles, so, or maybe profile info, and we are going to use Mongoose for this to save it to the database. So let's open terminal and let's do pnpm add mongoose, and this one now is installed, and we need to create the models. So let's do first models, and here inside I will create our first model called profile info.ts. Right, and now let's define our model. So let's do something like this const, and now first we need to define schema. So let's do profile info schema equals new schema from, whoops, not from here, schema from, well, I want to import schema from Mongoose. So let's see, schema from, not from here, so something is wrong, but let's do Mongoose. And now let's see schema, and this looks all right. And now we want to define our schema. So inside our profile info, we will have maybe I can make it lowercase here. We will have what we will have here: username, display name, bio, avatar, and cover image, because this avatar can be different than this one. And this one is from your Google account, and this one will be for your public profile. So let's do something like this. First, username. Let's define that it will be type of string, and of course it will be unique. Then we will also need the display name. It doesn't have to be unique, so let's get rid of this. Then we will have bio, that will be also a string, and let's do that. This one is also required. Then let's do avatar. Let's do avatar URL. Yeah, that sounds fine. And cover URL. And let's do the same thing. Type will be string. And I think that's it. Let's also add the timestamps. Timestamps to be true. So we'll have created at and updated at. So now let's define schema. And we will also need to have a type for this. So let's do type, and let's call this type just profile info, and let's see, username will be a string with a small s, and because it's TypeScript typings here, display name, then we have bio, that is also a string, avatar URL, and cover URL, and I think that's it for now, and that's all we need. So I think we can now pass it also here, profile info like this. And now let's create our model. So let's do profile info model equals, and now first we want to check if we have an existing model inside models. Let's see, models. Yeah, let's check if we have a profile info, and if we don't, let's do new model. So let's do model function import, and let's do profile info, and here profile info schema, yeah. So this is how we create models. So we define our model like this. We export it because we are going to use it. First we go to models, which is like storage for all created models to not recreate it without any need. We check if we have one with profile info with the same name. If we do, we just return this thing, but if it's not defined, we just go here, we create a new model with this name, profile info, and this schema. All right, let's see why we have a warning here. Unresolved variable. Okay, we can pass here as well profile info, and this way we can see that this is yeah, a model. Looks fine. So now we can do something like this. We can go to, let's see, we can go to profile page, and here we have all of the stuff, and we want to save this, and I think the best way of saving this will be to use a server action for this. So let's do this. For now, as you can see, this is a server component, but to make it more dynamic, or do we actually want to do this dynamic? Yeah, let's do this more dynamic. So we can show information that something has been saved and stuff like this. All right, so first I'm going to put this form into a separate component. So let's see. We have this here. I think I will take everything except this donations list. So let's cut this. Let's go to components. I'm going to use my template, and let's put user, or maybe profile info form. And now let's just put everything here, and we are going to put everything inside the form. All right, so now this is empty, but we will put our profile info form like this, and here inside we will put that this is a client component. So let's put use client. And now let's see, we will need to create server actions. So I'm going to create a new directory, or let's just put even a new file inside actions that we are going to create this directory. I want to create a file called profile info actions.ts, and here first I'm going to define my action to save profile. So let's do export async function save profile. All right, and we'll grab some form data, that is type of form data. Now, first we want to connect to our database. So let's do mongoose, from mongoose, connect. And we need to do use server on the top just to be sure. And here let's connect to the database. Let's do process environment MongoDB URI as string. Let's add a weight here and everything looks fine. Now, we want to save this profile. We want to grab information from form data. So let's do const and let's do something like this. Let's grab username from form data get username, and let's do the same thing for other stuff. So we want to do the same thing for display name. We want to get the same thing for, well, actually we want to do the same thing for everything, right? For all of those files. So it would be nice if we don't have to retype it every time. So how we can grab everything? Let's do like this: const data equals and object from entries, and here form data. And here we will have all of the data from the form. And we could basically also do something like this. We could define this as we want to have separately different constants for username, and we want to have a constant for display name and display name. And what else? We want to also have a bio, avatar URL, and the cover URL. For now, I will remove this avatar and cover, but you get the idea. Let's put this here, and this may be here, so it will be easier to follow. Right, we have username, display name, and bio. Now we need to save it somehow. We are connected to the database, and we want to save it. We want to save it inside our model. But how we can know that this username will be for this user? We will not. We need to connect users and profile info somehow. So I'm going to add email here. That will be a string. Same here. So let's put email. Will be type of string. And it will be unique as well, and it will be required to true. And here in profile actions, we will grab session first. So the const session equals await get server session with auth options. Now, in case if we don't have a session, we will throw an error. You need to be logged in. You need to be logged in. This should never happen, but just in case. Okay, and now here. Here we just assume that we have a session. So we have a session. We know what is the email for the user. We know what data we want to save. Now we can just save it. So let's grab our model. So let's do profile info model like this. And now let's do, we want to save it. So we want to either update or create, depending if we have it or not already in the database. So first we want to try to find it. Find one, and we want to find one by email. We want to grab the email from the session, right? So let's grab email here. Const email equals session user email. Let's add a question mark here just in case, and now find one by email. And let's do const profile document equals this. We need to add the weight because it's a database query. And now we know if we find this, we know that this user has an existing profile info document. If we don't, we need to create one. So let's do something like this. If we have profile info document, then we can update this one. So we can do something like profile info document. We can do set, and we can set all of those stuff like as an object. So we can do username, display name, and bio, and then we just do profile info document save. Otherwise, so if we don't have an existing profile for this user, we will create it. Of course, here we need to add weight just in case. And now to create it, we just do profile info model create, and with all of the info. Let's add the weight here as well. So we need to put username, display name, and bio, and of course email. Here we don't put email because we know it's already there, because we try to find using this. All right, so this should work. And here I will just return response JSON, and let's do OK. And now let's see, maybe instead of OK, let's do true. Now we have this save profile action. Let's try to use it. So let's go back to our app and the profile page. And here we need to go to this form. And now for this form, we add action. And well, I'm going to define this action here. So let's do let's do const, or maybe we can just do function, and let's define this action save profile, and we'll get form data, that is form data, and let's pass it here, save profile, like this. And now we can do stuff with this. So what do we want to do? We want to use our server action. So to do this, we will do something like this. Save profile. Yes, let's see. This hasn't been imported for me. Let's see what's the name of this function. Yes, it's save profile. Let's do save profile. Okay, the problem is that we have the same name here, so that's why it doesn't auto import for me. So let's rename this one to handle save handle form action. Okay, and here save profile, and now as you can see, it has been imported for me from profile info actions. And let's put form data here, and await. Let's put const result equals this, and we need to add async here because we have an await. And let's do console log and result. Because this is a client component, we can see this this one in the console in the browser. So let's see. I will open console here, and let's see if I put. Let's put my name here, my name with capital letter, and let's put test here. Let's hit save profile, and we get an error. Username is required. Okay, so the thing is, I think we are sending empty data, and that's because we don't have any names on the inputs. So let's fix it. Name on this input will be username, and then on this one name will be display name, and for this here we have name that we can use. Here we will have just bio, and that's it. Let's try again. We have some errors here. We will fix them later. Let's do David. And here, David with capital letter. And here, let's put test, save profile. Only plain objects and a few built-ins can be passed to client components from server components. Class or null prototypes are not supported. So we are passing something to client components that we shouldn't. And I think this can be our session from the layout. To be sure, I'm going to do something like this. We have a session here. What I'm going to do with this is I'm going to stringify and then unstringify this. Let's see, JSON parse like this. So it may look funny that I first stringify and then I parse back, but this will basically get rid of those weird stuff from the objects. Let's try again. I'm going to put username here, display name, test, let's save profile, and we still have the same issue. So maybe it wasn't from the server session. Let's see, do we have any information about the error, where it occurred? Call stack next, and no. Let's see. Let's go to profile info form, handle form action, save profile. Let's see here. We get form data, and what do we respond with? Response JSON. This looks fine. Let's maybe, okay, I think maybe because we do respond here with JSON, and we should just with plain respond here from actions with plain values. So I'm going to test it again. Let's do here David, and here test. Let's hit save. Yeah, and now we get true. So now it worked. Yeah, in action functions, you just should respond with plain values. So looks like I can put back this session thing to be just this and no JSON stuff. Let's put it as it was. Now let's go to our database. Let's refresh and let's see if we get any profile infos here. And we do. As we can see, I have now my username David and it works. So now if I save again and if I change it to David P with my first letter of my last name, and if I hit save, you can see, not here, if I refresh the data here, you can see that it updated to David P, and it's unique because it's using my email here. All right, so this seems to work, and I think it works fine. Now what we need, we save all of this information. We can put lorem, or maybe we can put some text here, like first I want this one back. I'm going to put my full name here, why not? And for the bio, I'm going to put I like to do, or maybe I really enjoy programming and doing videos about it. Let's hit save. And now, let's see. We want to update also avatar and cover image, right? So it would be nice to have buttons for those one. So maybe we can have like buttons for edit. So let's do this. Let's go to profile info form, and now we want to edit those, right? So let's see. First, we need to fix upload of images because we are going to save only URLs to those images. Let's see, let's go to our models. And as you can see, we have a cover URL and avatar URL. And the thing is, when you upload images, you don't want to save it in your project. You want to save it somewhere else. Why? Because, well, this should be only your code and not files that user uploads. So I'm going to use AWS S3 bucket. They have a free tier that you can also use. So I'm going to create a new bucket, and let's call this one David and buy me a coffee project. So this will be the name of my bucket. Really simple. Let's do object ownership ACLs enabled. Here I'm going to, or maybe let's don't do ACLs. Here, block all access, block all public access. We want to uncheck it. We want those images to be publicly available. And yes, I understand that those files will be public. And let's see, what else do we need? I think that's it. Let's see. No logs. Okay, let's create a bucket. So the only thing we did was to just make the files inside public and give it the name to the bucket. Now we will need to have a user for this bucket. So let's go here and let's go to security credentials. And to create a user, we go to users, create user, and let's see, username. Let's put the same David and buy me a coffee. I hope I didn't misspell it anywhere. No, we don't need to give it access to this console. It will be only a programmatic user. So for our API. Here, what do we want to do? Not add to a group, not copy permissions. We want to attach policies. And we are going to create a policy. One simple policy, full access to the bucket. So let's search for S3. And now let's do all S3 actions. But yeah, all S3 actions, but here on the resources, let's see, we will do here add for the bucket. We will do, let's see, if I select all, no, we don't want to all resources. We want this to give access only to specific bucket. So bucket name, David, buy me a coffee. Yeah, maybe I will copy this and let's add here. Now access grant, let's do any access grant assistance. Let's do any for all of those except the bucket. So let's do any, and any here, and only on the bucket. We have here buy me a coffee, David buy me a coffee. You can you will have different bucket name. Now let's go to next and let's create policy. We need to have a policy name. Let's put David buy me a coffee bucket policy, and let's create policy. Now we created this policy. Now we can refresh here. And let's search for this one. We can attach this to this user that we are creating. Next, and let's create the user. And I think it's created. So now let's search for this one. Let's open. And let's see permissions. We have policy here, security credentials. And let's see, we will need to have access key. So let's hit create access key. And the application running outside of AWS. Let's do next. Description, no, just create it. So we have access access key and secret access key. Let's add both of those to here, to our .env. So let's do AWS access key, and we will also need AWS secret key. Let's do like this, secret key. So let's see, access key is this one. I'm going to change it later so you guys cannot use it, all of those, and to not use my resources. So create your own buckets. Now we have our AWS bucket. Maybe we can even add here bucket AWS bucket equals, and let's put David, and buy me a coffee. Yeah, this is bucket name. Now let's go to our profile info. Let's see, profile info form, and here we have this form with cover image and stuff like this. So first we need to have file inputs for those, for both avatar and this cover image. So let's maybe start with cover image. Let's put this cover image text here, and I'm going to put input type file here. So now let's see, yeah, I can choose the file. And what can I do with this file? Well, I can do that when something changes with this input, so on change, I can run a function like upload. But I need to define this function here. So let's do function upload, and I will get some event data here. And or maybe let's do event. And now let's see, we need to specify this, that this is input change, input event, HTML input event. Let's see, I think this thing will work. And now let's see, if we have event target files, let's see, if we have event target files, let's see why we have an error here. Let's maybe do console log on the event first to see how it looks like. If I pick a file, so let me pick this guy here, open, let's do inspect console, nothing here. No, we actually got an event. So we get an event target, we have value here, but we want to have also, we are looking for files, and here we have file list. Let's maybe type this with file input, no, input event. Let's see. Let's grab first, let's see what this is, represents event notifying the user of editable content changes. I don't think that this is the correct way. Let's see, event. Yeah, this is DOM event. Okay, let's go with this thing. And now let's do, first let's grab a target equals event target. And then let's do something like this. If target, we have files, but as you can see here we get an error, and let's do event target as an HTML input element, and now the files looks fine. And we want to check that we have length that is bigger than 0. Let's see why we have an error now, because length is possibly undefined. Okay, so let's do that we have length just like this. So if it's undefined or 0, this will not run, but if it's 1, then it's fine. Now we want to do upload here. Let's do for now console log upload this file. Now let's see, and let's clear this. Let's remove this thing. And now if I pick a file, for example, this one, we will get upload this file. Right, so let's grab the file first, const file equals target files, and let's do files of 0. And now we want to upload this file. So how we can do this? Well, we can use a server action for this, or we could do an API method, API call. Maybe let's try with server actions. So let's go to profile, info actions, and let's do, or maybe let's put it in a separate file. So let's go to source, components, not components, actions, and let's do new file, and let's do upload actions.ts, and let's do here use server, and let's do export async function, and let's do upload to S3. And what do we want to pass here? We want to pass the file, right? So let's put file, and or maybe let's put files, and it will be file list. Yeah, so we will put upload to S3. It will go through the files and do the magic. So let's go back to here, and let's see, we have an error. What's the error? So we changed this, that this is an event, but actually it says it's change event handler of HTML input element. So let's try to put this here. Let's import this one from React, and now let's add missing this here, and let's see. Property target does not exist on change event handler of HTML input element. Okay, let's see what we have inside. We don't have target. This is actually our event. It's not event handler. This whole thing is event handler. So let's get rid of this from here, and let's put this back to event as it was. Yes, and now we have an error here as it was before, that the whole thing should be that our function is not compatible with this definition. Well, an easy fix would be to either do like const and then upload equals and do arrow function and define it as the thing they want us to do, or an even faster will be to do an arrow function here and passing an event here. Let's see what's the issue then. We have that this is not an event, it's a change event. So we can do here change event like this from React, and here let's do HTML input element. And now everything is fine. So let's go further. We are grabbing first file, and we can actually grab all of the files, even though it will be only one. So let's create one. Let's see. Yeah, it's a file, and let's use our upload. Let's do upload to S3. Await here, and let's pass our file, and let's add async here. And now, as you can see, we are passing file, but here we have list of files. So let's change this to just a file, and let's do console log here of our file and return true for now. And let's do console log on the result, and let's see if anything will happen. So let's refresh, let's pick a file, and we get an error, only plain objects, can be passed to server actions. So here is the problem, that this is not a plain object. So we cannot pass file this way. But let's see if we can do something like this. Can we do form data equals new form data, and let's put form data set file to be file, and then let's pass our form data here, and let's define that here instead of file we will get form data, that is form data, and we will grab file using form data get file, and let's see if this will work. Let's refresh, let's choose file, let's pick this one, and we got true. Let's see here, we got a file, so this is nice. I hope the binary data is sent as well. Let's see, profile, we are sending payload. Yeah, we are sending some binary data, so everything looks fine. So we have binary data here as well, so we can now read this data. So how do we go with this file to upload this to S3? Well, first we will need to install some stuff, npm add, and we will need to install AWS SDK and the client S3. So let's install this one, AWS SDK client S3. Yes, and now let's grab it. So I want to import this, or maybe I can just start by using it here. So let's do const S3 client. We want to first define our client, new S3 client. Yes, let's import this from client S3, and here we just put the definition for our S3 client. First, region. If I remember correctly, this doesn't really matter, so I'm going to put just US East 1, because for or maybe it does. Let's see where I created my bucket, S3 bucket, and let's search for Buymeacoffee. Yeah, it's on US East, so that's correct. Now we have region, and we need to have credentials. For credentials we need access key ID and secret access key. Instead of empty strings, we need to add our secrets here. So let's do AWS. Let's see inside our yeah, we have access key and secret key. Let's pass those here. AWS access key and process environment, and here secret key. Let's add as string on both, as string, and now we don't have an error, so that's cool. So we have our S3 client, so we can communicate with our bucket with this client. Now what we want to do is we want to upload this file, right? So how can we do this? Well, we first need to read this binary data, as you remember, that we are sending here, that is not visible. And yeah, it's not visible, but we are sending this. It's just binary. So that's why they are not showing like crazy characters and this binary data, because it's not readable. Anyway, so first what we want to do is to, let's see, we want to prepare everything. We want to grab the name from the file. So let's do this. Let's put here as file, so we know what's inside file, so we can grab the name. And well, from the name I want to grab, we have name here, I want to grab extension .jpg. Const extension equals from the name. I want to split it with using the dots. So I want to split it, this name with this dot here. So let's do split dot, and I want to grab the last part. So let's do slice of -1, and I will get this JPEG, but this will be an array. So let's do of 0. And now inside this ext, I will have a string JPEG. And now I want to generate my own unique name. So let's do new file name equals, and let's do something like this. Here I want to do like file, and let's do date now, and let's add extension here. So let's do plus extension, and we need also to add the dot. Yeah, so I can use the date now, and it will be milliseconds. But I think a better way of doing this would be to use this unique ID function. It generates unique IDs. So let's also npm add this one, unique ID. And as you can see, you just run it and you get like random strings. So instead of date now, I'm going to use our unique, not unique like this. I want to grab import unique ID from unique ID like this, and here this one is unique ID like this. And maybe we don't need this file on the beginning. We can just have this unique ID dot and an extension. Now here, instead of true, let's just return a new file name. Let's also return extension so we can see how it looks like. Let's open this console here and let's see if this will work. So if I change something here, I pick a file, and let's see, it should be here. Yeah. We have a new file name of this random string.jpg, extension JPEG. Everything seems to work. We are returning this and we are console logging on the frontend part. So that is good. Now we are not uploading anything yet. And as you can see, we are not using this as free client. We have an error here. We don't have types. Okay, so let's install the types for unique ID. Let's do npm add types unique ID, and yeah, now we should be fine. Yes, we are. But now we have new file name. We want to put with this new file name using this client. We want to put this file to our bucket. So let's do this. Let's go here, and well, first, before we will upload, we need to grab this binary data. So how do we do this? We do this by collecting chunks of binary data. So const chunks equals empty array, and now we will do a loop, and that will be an async loop. So that's why I do await here. For each chunk of file stream, we will add chunks to chunks push. We will add here this chunk, and let's see what's the issue here. Type readable stream is not an array type or string type. Let's see, this is any. Let's see here inside. Let's maybe ignore this error for now, and let's see if this will work. So we have all of our chunks, and I'm going to fix this one later. But let's see, we have all of our chunks, and Let's see, I want to connect them together to have all of the chunks. So I want to have all of the binary data in one constant, in one buffer. So let's do const buffer equals buffer, and let's do concat on all of the chunks. It may look complicated, but well, you just stream the file, you grab the chunk for each, for all the chunks, and you just put it into chunks, and then you connect chunks together to get a buffer. And then we can send this buffer as binary data to S3. So let's do something like this. Await, because now we are going to use our magic S3 client. And here let's do send. And here we are not sending a file, but instead we are sending a command. And this command will be put object command, sorry. And let's import this one from here. Yes, and now for this command, we will send the bucket. Here we will need our bucket name, and we have it inside our environment. So I think it was AWS bucket as a string. Let's put this here. And so we tell what bucket. We need to tell the key, so which is actually the new file name. Okay, we have bucket, we have key. We need to put also ACL, and ACL will be public read, and so we can access this file. We don't need to sign it. Now we also need to put the body of the file itself, and the body of the file will be our buffer. And we also need to send the content type, and our content type will be file type. Okay, so now this should work. And now we can also know what is the link, or maybe we don't, but let's see, let's try to upload something. So let's refresh and let's see if this will actually work. I'm going to pick this file, let's hit open, and we get an error, 500 error. Let's see, what do we get here? Resolve credential object is not valid. So there's something wrong with my credentials. AWS access key, AWS secret key. Something is wrong here. Let's see. AWS access key, AWS secret key looks fine for me. Let's refresh. Let's try again, just in case. Open. No, still this error. Validation resolve credentials, sign request. Let's try to console log our credentials here. So let's do here console log. Let's put an array because we want to do both of those. And let's put this as an object. Yes, like this. Whoops. Object. Let's close parentheses. And now let's see if I refresh. Let's do choose file. Let's pick this one. And let's see here. We have access key, but secret access key doesn't seem to work. AWS secret key. AWS secret key. Let's go here. AWS secret key. Okay, that's why secret key. Let's go back here. We probably don't need this console log anymore. And now let's see. Let's refresh. Let's pick a file. Let's open. And we get a 400 error. Let's see. Access control list not supported. The bucket does not allow ACLs. Okay, so it looks like we actually need to enable ACLs on this bucket. Let's see, permissions. Where was it? ACLs. Here, object ownership, ACLs enabled. Object writer, save changes. I acknowledge, save changes. And let's see. if I refresh, let's pick a file, open, and it's uploading. I guess it's uploading now, and we get new file name. And now let's see if this will actually work. So I'm going to copy this file name, and let's try to go to David buy me a coffee.s3 Amazon aws.com/file name, enter, and we get our file here. So this seems to work. Let's also return this as a URL will be this. Oops, not like this. I will put this way. And now this here we need to put our bucket name that we are using here. So let's do const bucket equals, and let's put this here. Here let's just put bucket, and here let's also put bucket, and here new file name. So let's do new file name, and we get our URL here that we can use. Now this works, but we want to make it richer, right? So let's put it into separate components. Let's go back to our profile info form, and let's see, we have an upload function here. Here we have an input of type file. Well, I think I will just create first I want to have a button. Instead of this ugly button, I want to have a prettier button. So to do this, I'm going to put a label, and inside this I'm going to put this input, and now I can hide this input, so I can do hidden here on this input, and I can put let's put span and upload as a label. And now I have this upload thing here, and if I click, it opens, it clicks actually this input. So now I can do something like this. I can style this label instead. So let's do class name, and let's make it about more of a button. So let's do background gray 200, or I don't know, 400, or maybe we can do this yellow color, yellow 300, and let's add padding of 2, so we have some spacing. Yes, that's better. Maybe instead of upload, I will put an icon here. So let's do font awesome icon, and the icon will be FA upload. I think there should be this icon. Let's see. Yeah, we have this type of icon. Maybe instead of this yellow, let's do gray, and let's do 400. Let's see how this will look like. Yeah, I think it looks fine. Maybe let's change this gray to gray 200, and now let's get rid of this those gray colors, and I will replace those with borders only. So here let's put a border, so we have something like this. And for the avatar I will do the same. Let's see, avatar, let's replace this with a simple border. So now we have something like this, and well, maybe we could have like a little bit of gray color, background gray 100. Yeah, I think we can do background gray 100, so it doesn't look like inputs. Let's put even on avatar. Yeah, and I think this looks good. Now we have this label here that is actually a button, upload button. I want to make this as a separate component. So let's go to components, new. I'm going to use my template here, and let's do upload button, upload button. And well, I'm going to copy this thing from here. Let's cut it from here and let's put it here. And as you can see, we don't have this upload functionality anymore. So let's cut it from here and let's put it here inside our upload button. Right, so now this should work. But what we want to do is we want to also pass property here, like a handler. So on finish, or maybe on upload complete, we will grab this property with this name. Let's maybe put it here so it will be easier to read. And we also want to add typing. So on upload complete will be an arrow function for now, empty, but we will pass here a URL. That will be a string. Okay, so now let's see. If we go back here, and here we will add this upload button. Let's import this one. You can see that we need on upload complete, which is required, and we need to pass a function here. For now, what do we want to do? When something changes, when we upload anything, well, let's define this function here. Function handle new cover URL. Okay, and here let's pass this handle new cover URL, and this will work. As you can see, for now it's empty function. We will fix it in a moment. And now let's see, we have this button here. I want to style it a little bit more. I want to add this cursor pointer, and yeah, that looks nice. But I would like to make the rounded corners and maybe a little bit darker. So let's do rounded large. Yeah, this looks fine. And yeah, now it would be nice to make it work. So we upload something, we get the link, but we don't save it. So let's save it. Let's go here. As you remember, we should get a cover URL, that is a string here, and then we can, well, save it to our profile. We can get rid of all of those unused imports. And now let's see, we can save profile with the form data. Let's prepare form data. Or actually, let's see how this save profile looks like. So we are saving profile, but we are grabbing username, display, and bio. The thing here is that I would like to have a separate function for saving only the cover image. Or should we have a separate function? Maybe we can have it here as well. Yeah, I think this will be an easier way. So how we can do this? Let's go back here. And well, when we get, after upload, we get a URL, and we want to save it the same way we save it here, we can just put it inside this form. So we can, here underneath, we can put an input of type hidden with the name of cover URL and the value of this, but we need to save it to a state. So let's do const and let's do cover URL, set cover URL, use state, and from React default will be empty string. But here we will just do value and let's do cover URL. And here, when we get it, or maybe we don't even need this function, we will just do here a URL set, or maybe we can just do set cover URL like this. So if I would change this to text, just to show you, as you can see, we have text input here. And if I upload something, for example, this file, it will upload, and then when it's now pending, but when it's done, it will show, it should show the URL. Let's see preview, response. We didn't get anything. Let's see, upload button. Let's go inside here. Okay, we are not using this function yet. So let's do here. Let's see if inside console log we get everything we needed. Yeah, we have URL. So let's do const result equals this. And then we can do something like this. We have result, we have URL inside the result. So we can do on upload complete result URL as string, and that should do the trick. Let's refresh, and let's do here. Let's pick the file. Let's see pending. Okay, it's uploading. Let's go back to this file. And now it replaced here, so that is nice. We can make it hidden. And now let's see, inspect here. Let's open input type hidden, and we have it. Now when we submit this form, this will run, and this will run. And here inside we can grab this cover URL. If we have correct name for this, let's see, cover URL. Yeah, that's correct. So now let's see if this will work. So if let's put back this David and test. If I hit save profile, it's saved. Let's see inside my database. If I refresh the database, I should have all of the info here. Yes, but I don't see cover image. Let's go to my profile info, cover URL. Looks like it hasn't been saved. Let's go to profile actions. Okay, this is not used yet, so let's add it here. Cover URL, and here as well, cover URL. So now if I hit save profile again, let's go here, let's refresh the data, and we have cover URL. So yeah, so now we are saving to the database even this. Now this works. We can upload, and we want to also show it here, of course. But as you can see, we will have the same problem with the text values. If I refresh, everything disappears. Even though I saved to the database that my username should be this, it's not shown here. So this is something we need to fix. Let's go to profile info page, or profile page. Let's see, where is it? Because we were on the component called profile info form. Let's go to app, and then let's go to profile, and then let's go to page. And now, as you can see, this is a server component, so we can do some server actions here. What I want to do here is I want to grab a session. So let's do const session equals await get server session with auth options. And now if we don't have a session, I will just return not logged in, just to be sure we are logged in when we render this. And if we have a session, I want to grab our email, auth email. No, if we are logged in, I want to grab the profile information. But first I need to grab the email. So let's do session, session user email, question mark here. Let's also add check for this, or we don't have an email. Then we'll say not logged in. And here we can be sure that we have an email. Now we have an email, we can grab also our profile info. First, we need to connect to the database. So let's do mongoose, mongoose connect, and let's do here process, not profile, process that environment that mongodb URI as string, and then let's grab our profile. So let's do const profile info document equals await profile model, profile info model, find one by email. Okay, and then we want to pass this information to our component here. Because here we are on the server component and this is client component, we will probably get this weird thing, only plain objects can be blah 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 sent over to components from server components to client components. So to get rid of this, I'm going to cut this, and here let's do JSON stringify this, and then also JSON parse this stringified thing. Maybe it's not needed, but I think it actually is. So let's put it like this, and now let's pass it. So profile info equals, and let's do profile info document like this. So now we need to go here inside and define it. So profile info, and here let's do profile info, and well, it's type of profile info, but I don't think we are exporting this. So let's do profile info model. Let's export this type so we can use it, profile info type. So as you can see, now we are importing this and everything is typed and looks fine. So we get profile info property that we can use. So what do we want to do with this? We want to display it inside our form. So let's start with the username. We have all of this data, but we want also to display default value to be profile info dot username. Okay, let's see if I refresh, you can see that I have my David. Let's see if this will work if I remove my profile data. So I will be sure that this works also for new users. And as you can see, it doesn't, because this can be also, this thing can be null. So here the typing is actually wrong. Let's move the typing here. Type props equals, and let's put this. So I'm going to put this here, and here I will put just props to make it more clean. So the profile info is either profile info or null. So here we will have an error then, but we can do a question mark, and now it should work. But we don't have anything, so let's add David, and let's put test bio. Let's hit save, and I think it's saved now. If I refresh, yeah, everything is saved. Let's see in the database, refresh, and I should get my, yeah, we just need to display everything as we did above. So here for this, let's do also default value profile info, and here we will have display name. Then for this text area, let's do default value, and let's do here we want to do profile info and bio. this should work as well. So now I want to add some spacing here. So let's see here as well. Let's unspace here, space, and this should work for now. So so it's more readable. Now let's see. Now if I refresh, I get this, this, and this. And let's also fix that the cover image will be here. So to do this, we will set it actually here. So let's go profile info, and we will do cover URL with this question mark in case this is empty. So now we can do the same thing for avatar URL. Set avatar URL, and the same way profile info, avatar URL. Now we can add upload button for the avatar. So let's try. Let's put here upload button on upload complete, set avatar URL. And now we also need to have an hidden input for our avatar URL. And here the value will be, of course, avatar URL. All right. So now let's see. We have two weird buttons, and let's see if this will work. First, I'm going to put an avatar of me. Why not open? And then let's put a cover image of maybe, let's see, this forest. Now it's uploading. I don't see the status if it's uploaded, and I don't see uploaded images, but we will fix it in a moment. Let's see. While it's uploading, I'm going to go through everything here once again to explain everything. So we have a form here. This whole component is a form, and with those inputs, we just we grab the data and we set as default value for those inputs. So for example, for the username, we set the default value to be profile info username. And then when we submit this form, this function will run. And because this input is set with this username name attribute on this input, it will be sent over as form data. And here we are using a server action. We pass this form data, we grab the result, and we are golden. With the upload, we are doing something different. We have upload component as a separate thing with separate server action. Then when upload is complete and we get a return file URL from the AWS after it's uploaded, we set it to our state here. So we set it, for example, to this cover URL, and then we set this cover URL because this state changes. We set it here, for example, cover URL inside an input. And after it's saved, after it's set here inside this input, we can click this save button, and we will again run this handle form action with this server action of save profile. And inside this form data, we will have everything, all of the inputs, so all of those text inputs, including those hidden inputs with the URLs to the uploaded images. Now I think everything should be uploaded. Let's hit save profile. And now let's also refresh here to see if we get everything. So we have a cover URL, but I don't see avatar URL. And I think that's because if we go to save profile, we are not grabbing this. So let's do avatar URL, and let's add it here, avatar URL, and also here avatar URL. And now let's go back here, let's hit save profile, and let's go back here, let's hit refresh, and let's see if we get now everything. We get cover URL and we get avatar URL. Okay. Now it would be also good to display it somehow. So let's see. For the profile info form, we want to display it here first. Let's do avatar. Let's do image from Next. So first the source will be avatar URL. Let's do avatar URL, and here alternative text will be we want to put just avatar here. Here we will put this, or if it's empty, we will do empty string. And we need to have width property. So let's maybe put this into separate line. Same here. And now let's do width like this. And let's do 120. And same with height, 120. And now we have the same error as before, that we need to add this to next config. So next config here, let's add another protocol HTTPS host name, this one, and this should work, I think. Let's refresh, and yeah, it works. It renders. It looks a little bit weird, but well, we can fix it. So first things first, for this round circle is this div. So first I want to put relative positioning on this, and for this button I'm going to place it inside the div, and this div I'm going to do absolute positioning. I'm going to place it to the bottom and to the right, and let's see, now it's on the bottom right corner here. That's good. Now I would like to position this image a little bit better. Let's see how this looks like here. So here we have this div relative. It has some padding. We can remove this padding. We don't need this. Okay, looks fine. Can we do something like this? I would like only for this image to just cut it. So I will do something like this. I will do a div with rounded full and size of 24 and overflow hidden. And now let's put this image inside, and let's see. Yeah, this looks now much better, and we have our input button here. Now let's try to do the same for the cover. So the cover should be on this whole thing. So this whole thing is this div. So here relative, and I don't know if I need this relative because we have this cover image here, but let's try. I'm going to put image here, and again for the alternative text I'm going to put cover image, and for the source we are going to do cover URL. Let's put this here, and let's put, if in case it's empty, let's put empty string. And now I need to have width of let's do 1024. Height, let's do I don't know, same. Let's see how this will look like. Well, I think it looks fine. What happens if I try to stretch it like this with 4000? Then it still looks fine, I think. Yeah, so we can just put it as a square, even though the photo is not the square. But then we can also add some class names. And well, let's see. We can remove this padding of 4, and well, we can put height on this one to be 24. And now, as you can see, everything is outside, but we can add the absolute positioning on this image. And this doesn't look good at all. So let's remove this absolute positioning and let's add this padding for now so we can see how everything looks like. Okay, so as you can see, everything is outside, but outside of this thing, but well, we are going to fix it. Let's add class names back here, and we can probably do something like object cover, and this didn't work, but what I wanted to do with this object cover is to cover this parent div. Let's quickly Google documentation, cover image object CSS, and this is the thing that we want to do, object fit cover. And let's see what's the structure here. We probably need to stretch it, so let's do also absolute and inset 0. Doesn't work as it should, because, well, it should be inside this this div here. Let's see. Yes, it looks like this, but this div is only here. Let's see if I make it maybe super small, like 10 in height, and will it change anything? No, it will not. So let's try to positioning this some without absolute and inset 0. So now we don't need this object cover either. Now what I want to do is this image should be here inside, but it should be also centered. Maybe we actually can do with object cover, and let's see, object cover, and let's see, we want to do object center as well. Okay, this didn't work. Let's see, we have an object here. Let's add here overflow hidden. Yeah. Let's see. Let's add the width of full and height of, I don't know, 24. Okay, now something has changed. Let's now remove this padding. And now it looks much better. And it's, well, I don't see the avatar, but let's see, z index of, let's see, z index of 0. No, this didn't help. Let's see, here is our avatar, I think. So let's do z index of 10. And well, I still don't see my avatar. Let's see where it is. Here is the object cover. Here is the avatar. Okay, so the problem is that it's outside of the div, and we have this overflow hidden. Let's see if I remove it. Then we have it here. All right. So now it's a little bit better, but let's make it a little bit bigger, this cover. Let's do maybe 48. And now the same thing with this image. Let's do 48. Now, as you can see, this avatar box here is outside of this box, outside of this. First, I want to also do rounded corners here. So on this image, let's do rounded large. And for this avatar, instead of relative, I'm going to put this as absolute. Right, so now let's try to put it to the top 0. And let's see, yeah, kind of worked. Cover image, and then we have username and so on. But maybe we don't want to have avatar to the top, but more to the bottom. So let's put it more to the bottom. Instead of top 0, let's do bottom 0, bottom 0. Let's see. Yeah. And actually, I don't want to have round avatar. I would like to have more square-ish. So let's do rounded large. And same with this this image itself. Let's see. Here we should also do rounded large. Yeah, and now for the avatar, let's see. I want to do minus bottom 4 and left 4. And let's see. Yeah, now it's a little bit off, but that's good. And for the whole thing, the cover and so on, I'm going to add margin bottom of 8. So we will have some spacing here. So this looks nice, except this cover image button, cover image upload button. Where is it? It's here. No, it's for avatar. Here is the button to upload for the cover. Let's remove this text. We don't need this. This div that holds this button, let's add styling. Absolute, let's put right of 4 and bottom of 4. And now it's here. We could even add like a different label, but it's not needed. For this one here, I want to make it more to the right and more to the bottom. And maybe we can make those smaller. So let's see, upload button. Let's see, we have this padding of 2. Let's change it to padding of 1. Now padding of 2 was much better. This one looks fine. But I don't like that it's this big, and I would like to change the colors on those. So it's the background of actually white, and let's add the shadow of large. So yes, and I'm going to pull this one a little bit more outside of this. So here we have upload for avatar. We have bottom of 0. Let's do this to -2 and right -2. And now let's see how this will look like. Yeah, but well, maybe the shadow should be bigger. Let's go to here and let's do padding. Let's see, shadow large, shadow black. Let's see, maybe black is too dark. Let's do black divided by 50%. Still too dark. Let's see, 30. Yeah, I think this is better. We can decrease the size of the shadow. Yeah, I think this is good. And yeah, now maybe can we do something like padding on the sides will be 2, but on the top and the bottom will be only 1. So we have something like this. Now it looks bad. Let's put back padding of 2 on all sides. And well, this looks fine. Maybe we should have some kind of labels for those upload buttons. Let's see. Let's say that this upload button will also take a label, and it will be a text. So let's put label here, and here label will be string. And now we will add it here label like this, and we need to add those labels here. Label first will be change avatar, and label here, label, we can also put it like this, change cover. So we have change avatar, change cover. Let's style it a little bit more. So this label, I'm going to put this inside a span. For this whole thing, I will put here flex and gap of 2. So we have some spacing, and let's also add items center, so it will be here centered. Now for this padding, now maybe we can do some stuff. Maybe let's start with this text here. Let's do it smaller. Let's make it smaller. And we have gap 2. Let's do gap 1. And let's see how this looks like. Well, super small here. And change avatar. Let's do that white space, no wrap. Okay, and I think that this is too much, especially for, okay, this one looks fine, but this one doesn't. So and maybe instead of upload, I would do FA pencil. Let's see. Yeah, this one looks fine. Let's remove this span with this label. I don't need this, and this looks better. And maybe we can decrease the shadow to small. And let's see, we don't need those labels anymore, so let's remove this label. And yeah, I think this looks fine. This one maybe should be more to the bottom, so let's do right 2, bottom 2. Yeah, I think this looks fine. So we have our profile here, and I think we can now edit everything. What I don't like here is that we have a lot of spacing here that I don't want to have. Let's see where it comes from. It comes from the header. So let's go to header, and let's see. We should have here a margin bottom of 16. Let's do just 4. It will be more than enough. But then if we go to homepage, we have too little spacing. So let's go to the homepage, and here our main page. And let's do margin top of 16. Yeah, so it's better. Now back here, this looks fine. And now we have our form here. And we want also to display the donations underneath. Let's see first that we can edit those stuff here. So I'm going to change avatar to this. And the cover image to not this one, maybe this MacBook. Let's hit open. Now this one is already uploaded, that's good. This one is uploaded as well, so that's fine. And test bio 2. Let's hit save, and if I refresh, as you can see, test bio 2, and the images are now changed. So even if I go back and I go back here, everything seems to be saved and looks fine. So now we are saving everything for the profiles, and now basically what we can do is that we can go and fix that my username will be available here. So if I go /David, it should show my user. For now, I can access my profile only here on /profile, because before I didn't know what will be my username. We are saving everything. Here seems to work for our profile page. What we could do is to actually have some kind of pop-up. So maybe React Hot Toast or something like this, that when you click save, you will get some kind of pop-up saying that it's saved. So that would be good. React Hot Toast is what I like to use. And as you can see, if I click here, we get this saved. So I'm going to install it. Let's do npm add React Hot Toast. And let's see how to use it. We just do toast success, and that's it. And or we can use a promise if we want. So let's see, promise and toast promise. We pass the promise for loading, success, and error. Let's just copy this and let's go to our form component. Here is our upload button, profile info form. Okay, so here we have our function here and save profile. First we need to put it inside promise. So let's do const promise, let's maybe call it save promise equals new promise, and let's put this here. Let's put this here, and here I need to put async, and basically we want to resolve with this result here. And now we do resolve here, and we have the promise. Let's try to put this here. We need to import this toast from React Hot Toast, and here we will put our save promise. And well, basically we need to await for this save promise now. And here they're doing save settings. Okay, we don't need to console log anything, so I can just remove it. Here we are resolving with this result, but do we need this? No, I don't think so. We don't need this result. So let's see. Now we have toast promise, saving, settings saved. Maybe we can say profile saved, and let's see, if I refresh, let's hit the save profile, nothing happens. Let's see why. Maybe we need to add the wait here, and if I hit save, still nothing. So we did this, but instead of yarn we do pnpm. We don't have this, and we will need this. So let's go to our layout. So let's go to app and let's put layout, and maybe somewhere here on the top of the body let's put toaster, just toaster. Let's import this one, and let's see, toaster here looks fine. Let's see if this will work now. If I hit save, yeah, we get profile saved, and it looks really nice. And maybe we can test if this will work even if on slower connections. Let's go inspect here, network, and let's do throttling of fast 3G. Save. Okay, this was really fast. Let's do slow, and yeah, I still get profile saved. Well, so it just works. I don't see this saving. I don't see this saving state, but I think this is something to do with this save profile, and because this is a server function. So maybe we can simplify this. Let's get rid of this promise. Let's do just here toast success, and let's do profile saved, and let me put this here, profile saved with exclamation mark, and if I hit save, profile saved. Looks fine. I can do more exclamation marks. Save profile, profile saved. So yeah, this is much simpler. Let's see, save, profile saved, 3 exclamation marks. Let's put just one. Yeah. This looks fine, and we have this, and everything seems to be working. We can save the profile. We get nice confirmation here. We can go here back and forth. We will later need to add a logout button somewhere here. And we need to have a place for a donation list. I was thinking that maybe we can put it more next to each other, so not take the full width here and decrease the spacing. And even here we don't need that much of a space. So yeah, for now this will work. This will be a profile edit page, and maybe we can put like a split version here, so donations will be on the right side, and on the left we will have this form. Let's go to our let's see, not home page, but profile page, and here we have those donations thing, profile info form, and well, we have the whole thing here as one component, so it would be hard to put this those inputs on the left side and then donations on the right. But well, we can find some place to put those donations list. I don't know if we want to put it here, or do we want to have a separate place for this, for donations list. We can also put like username, display name, and then bio. Yeah, let's maybe try to do this. We will save some space. So for the profile info, let's see, profile info form, we have images here, and then we have those divs with username and so on. Let's put div that will be type of with class name grid, and grid columns 2 and gap of 2. And now let's put those two divs with display name and username. So now those are next to each other. That's nice, and we have a bio here underneath. Now we have too much space from this cover thing, so we can decrease it. And yeah, I think now this looks better. For those labels, we could make the labels smaller. Let's see where we have those labels. Here we have labels. I'm going to select all of those and style at the same time. So let's do text SM, and let's do uppercase. And yeah, let's make them even smaller. So instead of SM, I'm going to do XS. And also let's make them bold. So let's do bold, font bold, yes. And more grayish. We have so many those classes that repeat. So maybe I'm going to move it to globals. Let's do maybe label with one class name of input label. Yeah, or maybe, yeah. And now let's do apply, and all of those. And let's do text gray 600 also to make it grayish. And now instead of those, let's do text label. Yeah, so we have something like this. And let's see, text will be gray. Let's do 200. Now it should be input label. Okay, not text label. And let's change those to input label. Yeah, now they do work. Let's back here, 400. Let's do 600. Yeah, they do work. let's maybe change this to semi-bold. Yeah, maybe let's do 400. Yeah, I think this should work. Maybe too bright, 500 will be better. Yeah, seems to work. We can decrease the margin top, decrease the margin top too, and we can add some margin left of maybe 1. Yeah, so this should work. This looks fine. Yeah, this looks fine, and we can still save stuff, and we even have a place for donations. Well, here I don't know if I want to have donations on the same page or if I want to have tabs, maybe here edit profile and donations. Well, I don't know, but we will fix the donations list later. For now, the next step will be actually that I would like to show this profile. So if we go to /David, I want to show my profile with a cover image and avatar and name, bio, and so on, and a big form to create a donation. And this will be the next part for us to do. So now let's fix the profile page. So for example, /David. Let's see, inside our app, we want to create first a directory that will go like this: square brackets, profile, profile name, maybe let's do like this, and or maybe not profile name, let's do username. And inside we want to create a page.tsx, and let's do export default function. So let's name this maybe profile page, single profile page. First, let's do return here. Let's put a div for now. And I want to grab everything for now, and I want just to print. So let's do JSON stringify args to see what we have inside. As you can see, we get this username inside params. So what we need to do is we need to first type it. So it's the type props, and well, I will just put all of this that we have. We don't need search params, so I will skip it. We have params that is an object. Well, let's put maybe something like this: record string. Okay. And here, instead of args, I want to grab params, and let's see, params, yes. And maybe instead of doing params like this, I'm going to grab the username. So let's do that. We will also here always get a username that is a string. So let's do const username equals params username. And here we can just print username, username, and let's see, yeah, David. So let's just keep an empty div. And now I want to grab this username from profiles. So let's do first connect to the database, mongoose connect, process environment MongoDB URI. And let's add a wait here and async here. Let's make sure that this is server component. We have a username. We need to tell, well, this is a string. Let's grab the profile. So let's take profile info model. find one. Let's find by this username. It returns profile info document. You can name it something else. You can do just profile, but I like to have descriptive file names. This is the document from the database and it contains profile info. Now, if I do like this, I will see that this is any. And I think we have some missing typings here. Model. Let's add here as profile info. This doesn't seem to do much. Let's see why. Find one by username. Model of any. Well, what happens if we put profile info here? Then it will say that it can be also null. Okay, can we add or null? Yeah, we can. So this will work. Now, if we don't have a profile info document, then let's do return, and let's do return, and let's do div for profile not found. So let's see if I put 1, 2, 3 for profile not found. If I remove it, well, we should display the profile. So here profile is found, and I just want to display everything. So first I want to show this cover image. So how can I display the cover image? I just grab the image. For the source, I grab this profile info document cover URL. Here I put cover image. Let's see, we need to add width and so on. So let's do this. Width will be, let's do like 2048. Height, let's do 2048 as well. And for this div, we are going to do width full, but height will be 48. And we will also do for this image, I'm going to add the class names. Class name that I want this to be object fit, object center, and height of 48 as well. Well, now it's stretched and I don't like it. Not fit, object cover. Now it's better, and this is how I want this to look like. That's much better. From this header, I want to remove the bottom margin. So let's go to header and let's remove this margin bottom of 4. Yeah. Now here I want to show my avatar. So it will look nicely here. And then like username and bio. So let's go to username page, and well, here we have this cover. Underneath I will put a div with avatar. So let's put an image. I'm going just to copy all of this, and we don't need this object fit cover stuff, but I will do size of 48. And for the avatar, it will be 256 on the width and height. Here we will have avatar URL. And now let's see. Well, it's stretched or something like this. For this div, what I want to do is make it size of 48 and overflow hidden. Now let's see. It's still stretched. Maybe let's do Same thing that we did for this cover. So let's do object cover and object top, or maybe center. I want this to be centered. Yeah, now it looks better. It clips my hair, trims my head a little bit, but that's fine. Now I also would like to have, can we add a padding of 2? Let's see. Yes, we can. I want to do rounded corners on the image. Maybe let's do even XL. And same for this one, rounded XL on the div. And now I want this to be smaller. I will do 36 here and 36 here. Yes, and I want to put it somewhere, I don't know, here. So first what I need to do, I need to put a div with max width of XL. Let's put test here and let's make it centered MX auto. Yeah, but I think it should be 2XL. Yeah, and now instead of this test, I'm going to put this avatar thing here inside. Yeah, so now it's in line with the logo and stuff. So that's good. What I also need to add is padding on the sides of 4, so it will be even better in line with maybe it wasn't 4, it should be 2. So let's do padding 2. Let's see if this will look fine. Yes, it's perfect. Now what I want to do is I will make this position absolute for this avatar, absolute. So it will not take any place. And not here. Let's remove it. I think something wrong is with the corners. Rounded XL and rounded XL on the corners. Let's see. As you can see, corners on the bottom are not that rounded as they should. Here. Okay, I know why. It's because the image is longer. So let's remove this padding and we can remove rounded on the image. Okay, and now if we want to have a white border, we can do something like this. Border 4 and border white. Let's see. Yeah, so we have a border here. Now let's pull this up a little bit. So the whole div that is centered, I'm going to add relative positioning and minus top or minus margin top of 24. So now let's see. Yeah, maybe even this relative thing is not needed, but this looks fine. I want the border to be bigger, so let's do maybe 12 or 8. Let's see. Yeah, this looks really nice. And maybe this border is too big. I don't know. You can test with different. Let's do maybe 2. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Now it would be nice to have like here name and the display name. And then maybe bio. I don't want to pull it this much. Let's try with 18. Didn't work. Let's see. Minus margin top of we can do 16. Let's do 16. I think this looks fine. I don't know if I want to pull more and put information here, or maybe we can put information here. I think I will put the information here. Here name, and then here a bio and donations, and here form for donations. Yeah, this will look good. So here is the div that holds this avatar, and on the right side I want to put information. So here another div with like display name and so on. Let's see, not underneath. So those two divs need to be next to each other. So I'm going to put a div with class name flex. And now those two divs should be here inside. Yeah, and this looks fine, but as you can see, we have this display name here, and we want to put items end, so it will be more to the bottom. That's good. Now we can add some gap here of 4 or maybe even 8 if we want. 8 is too much and 2 will be enough, I think. Yeah, we have display name. And now instead of this display name, we want to, of course, have like h1 with this display name. So let's put profile and let's put display name here. And we want to have like a URL like buymeacoffee.io, or I don't know what will be the your URL. And let's do profile info doc, and let's do username. And it looks like this. Maybe instead of buy me a coffee, we can print here a font awesome icon of the coffee. So let's do here FA coffee, and let's import this one. Let's see. Yeah, we have something like this, looks fine. Now I want to style it a little bit. So first this h1, so main display name, let's do class name. And I want this to be text to XL. Yes, this looks nice. Now maybe let's fix this thing in the bottom here. So for this h2 I will do something else. I will do first I want this spacing to be fixed. So let's see, I will put this here, and slash will be inside the separate span, and even this username will be inside separate span. And now I'll put flex here and a little bit of gap, and let's see if this will work. Yeah, but we need to add the item center, of course. Items center, so everything will be centered. Yeah, this looks fine. Now maybe the display name should be bigger. Yeah, and more bold, or at least semi-bold. Yeah, I think this looks nice. And maybe on this thing we can add like a background gray of 200 with some padding and rounded corners. Let's see. So we will have something like this. We can decrease the padding. I don't know. No, I don't like this background thing. And also more spacing here. So let's do margin bottom of 2 here. I think maybe that's too much. Let's do just 1. Yeah, and this looks fine. For the whole thing, I would like to have some margin bottom here. So for the whole div, I will put margin bottom of 2. Yes, and more spacing here. So let's see, let's do here a gap of 4. Yeah, and now maybe that's too much. Let's do 3. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe now we can decrease the spacing here to margin bottom of only 1. Let's see. Let's remove this margin bottom. Okay, this was from the bottom here. So let's put this back. I wanted to remove this margin bottom. Yeah, I think now it looks fine. The spacing looks even and so on. And now what I would like to have here on the rest of the page is like 2 boxes. First with all the donations, and then on the right a box for a form for new donations. So first I would like to change the background to gray. So I will go to globals and I will put it here. On the body I want to apply some styling that the background will be gray of 200. So now it's more grayish, as you can see. But the header, I will go to header, and for the header let's do background white. And yeah, I think this will look fine. And now we can put 2 white boxes that will look nicely. Let's go to username page, and let's see, where do we need to put it? Here we have this div that holds the centered content. So let's put maybe here a div with, that will be a grid, and grid the columns of 2 and gap of 4. And we will have test and test 2 for other side. And as you can see, it looks fine, but now we need to make those two boxes. So let's make the first one. So we want to have background white, radius of rounded corners of XL, and the padding of at least 4. So now, yeah, this looks fine. I want to have some spacing from here. So maybe on this main thing, let's put margin top of 4. Yeah, this looks fine. We can add a little bit of shadow. Let's maybe do large. Large is too much. Let's do small. Yeah, this looks nice. I don't know if we need shadow, but it looks kind of nice. We can also decrease the this body background color to more white gray. Yes. Now let's do the same thing on the right side. So here I will have my bio. So let's do maybe H3 saying about and here the username. So let's do profile info doc username, and here the bio. So let's do profile info doc bio, and let's see. Yeah, this looks fine. Maybe we can make this one semi-bold or something. Class name, let's do semi-bold, font semi-bold. Yes, this looks cool. And now this thing should be the same. So let's do this here. And instead of test2, I'm going to put form for new donations. Yes, and this looks fine. Let me see. Yeah, I think it looks cool. And here we'll have about, and then I want to have a line, and then recent donations. So let's put HR, and then let's put HR for now. And here, let's put another h3. Let's put recent supporters. And yeah, let's see. Yeah, for this HR, I'm going to add some class names as well. Margin on the top and the bottom of 4. Yes, and let's see. Yeah. And here underneath, I will put no recent donations. Just for now. And this looks fine. Now everything is super black, and I want the default text to be a little bit more like gray 600 or maybe gray 800. Yeah, this looks more better. It's not pure black. All right, so this looks cool. And now here we will have a form for donations. And here we will have list the donations. Here we show the bio. So if I change it here to free, save, go here, not here, sorry. If I go to / and then David, I can see it's free because I changed this to free. Right, so this works. We have now a simple page for displaying profiles, and in case we have more users, they will get their own URLs, so that is nice. Now I think the next part will be to have a form for donations, so we can leave your name, say something cool or nice or not nice, and then like pick how many coffees do you want to buy for this person. So one coffee will be, for example, $5 or something like this. And then you will have like a support button. All right, so now let's fix this form. So first we need to go to our username page. And well, it's started to grow, this page. So already 75 lines. So I think for this form, maybe we can create a separate component. So let's do a new file here. And I will call it donation form. And here, let's do maybe form. And now what I would like to do here is let's put a div, and I want to have like buttons. How many button group? How many coffees we want to buy for that person? And I will have button and an input, so you can put like 10 or 20 if you want. So something like this, and on the beginning I want to put a font awesome icon and FA coffee like this. Let's import this one. Let's import FA coffee, and here let's put X. Something like this. And now let's try to go here, and here let's put donation form, and here we have those buttons. Look good. Now let's go here, and now what do we want to do? We want to style those buttons. We want to make this a little bit prettier. Here we will put, for example, 10 just for now. Let's maybe this input, I will make it controlled. Other inputs were uncontrolled, where we had default value, but for this one will be controlled, because based on the value inside, I'm going to disable those buttons. So for example, now let's create a state for this input, and let's call it number input value, and set number input value equals use state, and default will be empty string. Here will be type number, and the value will be number input value. And now let's see, we get an error, file to compile. Use state, it needs to be a client component, so let's go here, use client, and that looks good. If you're wondering, this is not part of my code, it just shows here what type of thing is returned. So this is just a hint from my editor. Right, but here we have this input here. We will put also here some placeholder. So for the placeholder, let's maybe do, I don't know, we can do 10 or something like this. Let's do placeholder will be 10. Yeah, and now we want to style it like a lot. So first, for this whole div, I want to do something like this. I want to have a border, yellow 300, and rounded XL, and have a lot of padding. So let's do padding 4. Now, for each of these buttons, let's add the class names here as well. Those should be rounded full with a lot of padding. Let's do 4. Let's do maybe size of, I don't know, like 8 at least. And let's add border. And now should be, the labels inside should be centered. So let's put flex, or maybe inline flex, and items center. And then we probably don't need this padding, but we will need to have justify center. Yeah, so it's aligned. And what else? I think this looks fine for now. Maybe we can make it a little bit bigger. So let's do a size of 12. And now for this div, let's make it flex. Let's make it flex. And well, this thing takes too much space, this input. So I'm going to style it class name. For this input, let's put width of 12. Yeah, that's much better. Now here for this flex, let's put also items center, and that's good. Now for this input, I want to add some border and stuff. Let's put border here, and let's put here some height as well. Height of 12. Yes, and border rounded XL, so we'll have some rounded corners. And yeah, now let's put some spacing here. So here maybe let's do gap of 2. Yeah, this looks nice. So here I also want to do padding, or maybe text center. Let's do text center. So the text here will be centered. So this looks fine. And this one, the one should be active. So let's first put this here, and I want to add a type button, so those will not trigger submit the form. For the first one, I also need to add the active. Also for those labels, I want all those labels to go to the separate line. And now the first one should be active. So I'm going to add, let's see, this yellow color. I will add this yellow color. So let's do background yellow 300. Yeah. And this looks fine. And let's see. Yeah, maybe we can add the small background. So background yellow 300 divided by 10. Yeah, some little bit of yellow background here. And for the border, this gray border color, I would like to change it. So, but here, as you can see, we get a lot of classes for those buttons. I will change it. So for this one in the middle, let's grab all of the classes and let's go to our globals and let's do button with amount as a class name. Let's do apply, and let's do this. And let's go here, amount here, and the same here, we can just do amount, and the same here, we can do amount, and let's also add active here. Now let's go back to here, and we have this border. Let's fix first amount active, apply. We will add background of yellow 300. So the first one, yeah. And here for the border, we will do the border yellow 300 as well. Yeah. And now let's go back to the donation form. And for this input, let's also do the border to be yellow 300. Yeah. And I think this looks fine. Now here we will have inputs and then a button to send the donation. Before we will do this, I want to be able to toggle here, and then maybe we can print the amount here underneath. So let's see how we can do this. First, this one is active. Okay, let's say that this one will be active by default for now. And we will have a state for amount. Amount, set amount. The default will be 1. And now let's do something like this. We have this active here. We will remove it, so no active buttons. Then we will grab this, and for all of those, we will change it to strings like this. And we will add amount, and then let's add the plus, let's add the parentheses. And now if amount is the same as inside the button, so let's do for now, or maybe we can just copy and let's put this here. Then we will add active, otherwise nothing. So now, because the state is 1 for amount, and it's equal here for this with this one, and this first one is active. But if we would change to 3, then it would change here. Now we can fix, so we update the state. So if we click on the first one, we will do set amount to 1. And now let's do the same thing for here, but let's do 3. And here let's do 5. And now let's see if this will work. 3, 5, yeah. And then if we put something here like 12, we should be able to edit this. This is the first thing. So let's put here on change event set number input value event target value. So now I should be able to edit this. Yes. And the thing is, if when this changes, so let's add a use effect. Maybe here, use effect from React. Yes, and the dependency will be number input value. If number input value is, well, is not empty, then let's parse the number. And then if we have this and it's not empty, then what do we want to do? We want to set this as an amount. First, let's parse it, because this will be a string. So let's do const amount equals, or maybe we can do something like this, set amount. And here we will do parse int number input value. And or maybe we can do more ifs, and we can control it more. So let's do something like this. We can do const and we can do int value equals parse int number input value, and then we can check if int value is bigger than 5, and let's say it's smaller or equal 100. This will be max. Then we can set it as amount. Set amount int value. Okay. So if I put here 12, this will be disabled. If I remove everything, okay, then the one should be enabled. So let's do here else set amount to 1. So now if I put 12, this one is selected, it will be 12. But if I remove the text, then this one will be selected as the default. So looks nice. And we can also print the amount here. So now it's 1, 3, 5, and if I type here 12, it will be 12, or I can do like 99. Maybe the max can be bigger. Let's do 1000. Yeah, and if I put 5, okay, it's 1. We can also maybe do something like this. If we can add here else if int value is 1, or int value is 3, or int value is 5, then also let's do the same thing. So if I put 3, well, this one will be selected. Makes sense. Or maybe it doesn't. Let's see. If I comment this thing, let's put here 12. Maybe I should also update. If I click here, I should update this to 5. Yeah, let's do this. So here we have those set amount functions. When we click on the buttons, I'm going to add that we are also, by clicking on those buttons, will update the input of type number. So let's do set number input value of the same number. Let's add the semicolons here, and we need to put this as strings. So let's put string like this, and now let's see, 1, 3, 5. Can I do like 45? Yes, works fine. And if I do 5, 5 doesn't work. But if I uncomment this thing, let's see, 1, 3, 5. Can I do 45? Yes, looks fine. If I do only 5, looks fine. 15. and click free. Yeah, everything seems to work. So this works nicely. And now I can remove this free. And well, now we would need to have input for name, the name of the person who is leaving this donation. So let's maybe put here your name, and let's add a text area as well without any columns and rows. And let's add a placeholder here saying say something nice. Yes, and now we will also need to have some spacing. So margin top 2, and let's put this input inside. And again, margin top 2. Let's put this text area here. And this looks good. And now on the bottom, we will only need to have a button that will just submit all of this. So let's do support and $sign. And here we will just do amount times 5. So $15. One coffee will be $5. Maybe we can go with cheaper coffees. We can go with $3. Right, let's style this button. So let's see, maybe it should be actually 5. The typical coffee costs $5. All right, now let's do class name here for the button, and background yellow 300. This is our primary color right now. Let's add with full rounded XL, and let's add some padding on the top and the bottom of 2. And I think this looks really nice. Yeah, looks really nice. Yeah, so our form is basically ready. If we change here, you can see that this thing changes here. Maybe I will also add semi-bold. Yeah, and if I put 99, everything is updated. If I put 100, it should be $500. Works really nice. And I can put my name here, and I can put some text if I want. And well, this looks really nice. So now the next part is that we can actually do the payment. And I was thinking, we were using in other projects like e-commerce and food ordering app, and there was this one with Linktree clone. We were using Stripe. So this time we are going to use a payment provider that supports crypto payments. So something more cool to implement. So we can do payments both in crypto and with credit cards. So here underneath, I will have a select for buttons for, let's say, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and maybe let's keep Ethereum, Bitcoin, and Litecoin, and Ethereum. Let's do those 3. So here I will do a button, a div with margin top 3. Select crypto. So here I want to have 3 buttons as well. Button, the first one will be BTC, then Ethereum, and then we will also have, let's do Litecoin. And now we need to have style those buttons and to have the same like state functionality. So let's see. For all those, I'm going to add a class name of crypto, and let's go to globals and let's style it here. Button that crypto, and let's apply. Let's make them maybe gray. So it's the background gray of 100, and let's do rounded, not rounded. I will make them in one line. So let's do some padding of 2. And let's see, now this looks nice. Maybe I will make actually a border and so on. So let's do border and rounded large. And now I will need to add spacing. So let's go back here. Let's put flex here and now, okay, flex, we have flex. Let's add gap of 1. And here, let's add that they will grow. So we have something like this. And now, by default, I want to have like 2 labels, I think. The name and this symbol, this shorthand symbol. So let me see, I'm going to put this here, and those symbols I will put inside, maybe let's put like span, and then underneath let's put paragraphs, and inside the paragraphs I will do Bitcoin, here Ethereum, I think I have misspelled this one, Ethereum, and here Litecoin. Okay, this looks nice, but we will style it a little bit. So let's do button crypto, and I want the span, maybe, yeah, let's start with the span. I want the span to be block and semi-bold, font semi-bold. And now let's do the thing that is underneath. So we need to style paragraph. We want to apply that it's block. Well, it's already block. Let's do text XS, so it's small. And let's do uppercase. Do we want uppercase? Yeah, let's do uppercase. Let's do semi-bold as well here. No, maybe not semi-bold. And not uppercase. Let's just do text XS. And let's do leading of 3, so the spacing will be smaller. We need to be 3, I guess. Yeah. Can we do 2? No. This one is not possible here. It's okay. Let's do 3. And here let's also add leading of 3. And that's too small. Let's do 4. Yeah, let's do 5. Yeah, 5 will work here. And now let's add active class on 1. Active. And let's style it. So button crypto active. And for active, I want to apply border of yellow. Not background. Border yellow 300. And the background color should be yellow 300 by 50. Maybe not 50, let's do 10. Yes, maybe 20. Yes. And the text inside those, the text inside the selected, let's do black. Let's see. Yeah. In the text for non-selected, let's do gray of 300. Oh, 500. Yeah, but it looks kind of disabled. Let's do 600. And yeah, this will work. Now we need the same functionality to select different options here. So let's do state for those. Const select const. Let's do crypto.js and set crypto. Default will be LTC. Let's do LTC. And or maybe we can do BTC, so it will be the first one. So here we have our buttons for crypto. Let's put here on click, and on click we will do set crypto. Let's put BTC on all of those. Here we will do Ethereum, and here Litecoin. Okay, now we have active here. Let's remove it. Now for all of those three, let's change it to strings, add space, now parentheses, and here inside let's do if crypto equals, let's do BTC for each one for now, then let's add active, otherwise nothing. And here we need to change for Ethereum, and here we need to change to Litecoin. Now if we click, they do change, but they also refresh this form, submit the form. So what we need to do is we need to add type button on all of those, and now we can switch between those. So this is nice. Maybe it would be nice to have like a label pay with. Yeah, so maybe I put a div that will be flex for those buttons here above. So let's do here buttons here, and this gap should go here. Let's put space. This flex is not needed here, and here I will put like H3 pick pay with selected crypto or with credit card. So we have something like this, and I will add some class names like text XL, so it's small, and here uppercase, and let's do small margin bottom. So let's do margin bottom of 1. Yeah, and more gray text. So let's do text gray 500. Yeah. So people will know that they can also pay with credit cards if they want. All right, because even if you select one of those, the author will receive this crypto, but you can also pay it with credit card. All right, so now we want to send it. So let's say I pick one coffee, and I say, okay, here's also an issue. If I just refresh and nothing is selected, let's see, what's the name here? Amount. Okay, amount is always selected, right? Yeah, right. Okay, so okay, it's fine. It's nothing. If I put test here, test, fine. Everything seems to work. Now, what we want to do here is if I put test, or maybe John, thanks for your work, and I click here, I want to send everything to maybe to a server action, right? So let's go to actions, and let's create a new action called donation actions. Sorry, new file.ts. And let's do export async function, create donation, and we will have form data, and let's type it form data. This one comes as a hint from my editor. Maybe I can disable it. Yeah, that's better. All right, we have form data, and here we will just grab everything from the form data. And for this project and crypto, we are going to use Cryptomus to receive payments in both crypto and with credit cards, so regular fiat payment. So you can have fiat invoice, crypto invoice, and then you have your merchant panel to receive all of it and do payouts to your users. So I have already registered an account, and as you can see, I have my here business wallet, and I can go to my merchant, and I have here settings, and let's see, API integration. Here we have our API keys that we are going to use to create payment links. But first, let's collect the data. So we will need the name. Let's see if we have name on the inputs. Let's see. The first input is somewhere here. Input, this is for the amount. We don't need this one here. Name. Here on the text area, let's put, we can call it description, or maybe message. Message will be good. And the rest is inside the state. So now let's create a function that we will run. Let's do handle form submission, handle form submit, yes. And we will get form data here, that is form data. So here for form action, we can put form action. Let's do handle form submit. And now in this form data, we will have all of the inputs that have name. So we will have name and message, only those two. But we also need state from here and state from here. So what we are going to do is, before we will run our server action, we will grab this form data and we will set those states. So first will be amount and amount, but this needs to be to string. And then we will also need to do set and do crypto. And let's do crypto. And this is already a string. Right. And then we can call our create donation function with our form data. That includes now both the inputs and those two states. We need to put async here. And yeah, this should work. Now we will grab a result from this, and let's say the result will be URL that we will use to redirect the user to. Window location equals URL. Window location, but first we need to check if we have window and window location, then window location equals URL. Why we have an error here? Okay, we need to put that it will be a string. Or let's see, maybe we can do href equals URL. Let's put here that this will return a promise with a string. So let's do return, and let's do empty string for now. All right, now it's no errors here. But here we need to grab all of the data. So we need to grab the amount, the name, message, and this. We need to save it to the database. Save to database, our database, and then this will be step 1. And then step 2, create invoice and return the URL. So 2 steps. All right, so now let's do this. We need to save this form to our database. So first, let's grab all of the data. So let's do const, and let's do amount, and name, and message, and crypto, and I think that's all. Now let's do equals object from entries. This is the easiest way to get everything from form data. You just do object from entries. Now we have the data that we want to save to our database. Now we want to connect to the database. So let's do mongoose connect. Let's do here process.environment mongodb URI, and let's add a weight here and as string. Now we need to have a model. We need to have a collection to save it to. So we need to create a new model. So let's do a new file here, and let's call this one donation.ts. And the first schema, so let's do const donation schema equals new schema. And what do you want to do now? We want to save all of this info. So amount, it will be type of not number, int, not int, sorry, number. Yeah, number. And well, let's do that it's required. And then we also need name, type string. Let's do that it's also required. Let's do message, type string, but it's not required. And let's do also crypto type string required. And we could also do validation here, validate, or can we do regexp? Let's see how to do mongoose regex schema, validation in models. So we can actually do validator like this, validate, and then an array. So let's just copy this. And is it the latest version? This docs document looks really, read the docs. Validation. Let's see, regex. Let's see how to validate here, required. Here we have validator, validate, and we have a message. Okay, so I'm going to put it like this, into separate lines. And here let's do validate. And now let's see, without any message. And for validator, we will do that the value will be string or number. And now let's do if type of Type of V is a number. No, it cannot be a number. It will be always a string. Sorry. So let's do that. Return V is 1 of 3. Or maybe we can do something like this. We can do an array of the valid Ethereum, all of the ones that we can accept, Ethereum and Litecoin, and we can check includes V. All right, this should do this. So we have amount, name, message, and crypto, and that's it. Now let's create our model, donation model. We want to export it. First we check for existing models, donation, or otherwise we create a new model with name donation, and here donation schema. All right, and here we will just add a type for this. So let's do type donation, and here we will quickly put amount is a number, name is a string, and message is a string, crypto is either BTC or ETH or LTC. Let's just check that it's capital letters. So in this donation form, let's see here. No, it's actually small letters. So let's do here BTC, and here Ethereum with small letters, and Litecoin also with small letters. So we have donation type, crypto, and message is optional, and here name, message, amount, name, message, crypto. We have 4 things. Is it 4 things? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So here let's also pass it that it's donation, type of donation. And now let's go to our donation form and donation actions. Sorry, we are connected to the database. Now we can use our model. So let's do donation model, and let's do create. And let's create a donation. And what do we want to do? For this donation, we want to pass all of this data. So basically we can just put it here, and it's created. Let's grab the created donation document. So donation document equals this. What we also need to know if it's paid or not. So let's go here inside, and let's add an important thing, paid, paid, and let's do type of boolean. Yeah, like this. And let's add paid, that will be boolean. Let's also add a default here. Default will be false. Okay, so we don't need to pass the paid to be false here because false is default. We create this donation document so we can save it to our database. Now, the next step is actually to create an invoice for here with Cryptimus. So we can go to API, and let's see, I prefer dark colors here, payments, or maybe let's start getting API keys. So we create a merchant. I already done this, and then we have API keys. So let me grab those. Let's close here .env. Let's do here, let's do Cryptomus, and we will need, let's see how those are called here. API, we have API key here. So let's copy this one, copy payment API key. Let's do here payment API key. Let's put this thing, and this looks fine. So now let's see what's the next part. Request format. This is the endpoint for doing stuff. So let's go to source and our actions and donation. Here I would like to install actually Axios in case we don't have fetch. So, and I think Axios will be easier to send stuff with. So let's do pnpm add Axios. We could use node fetch. Like you could add here node fetch and use the same API that we used on the front end. I don't know if we did in Spray, but well, fetch is built in the browser. I don't know if it's built in now in the latest node, but I prefer really Axios because it's easier to handle JSONs. You don't need to prepare them, you don't need to send extra headers, you just send an object and Axios knows that it should be sent as JSON with headers and everything of content type and stuff like this. In my other projects, I'm using both fetch and Axios depending on how I feel like about it. Sometimes I do Axios, sometimes I do fetch. Today we are going to use Axios. All right, so now we will do two things here. First is save stuff to our database, which we did. Now we want to create an invoice. Create a Cryptomus invoice. Create a Cryptomus invoice. So first thing that we need to do is let's grab the endpoint. So as the const endpoint equals this. So we have it. Now we need to prepare and sign our request. So as you can see, we will need to know what data we are sending. So for example, if you create an invoice, we send stuff here. Maybe I will put it already here for the endpoint, but we will need to send amount, currency, order ID, and so on. So let's prepare object of data, and let's see what do we need to put. We need to have amount, but we'll put this later. Let's go back for now and fix this. So we have the data that we need to JSON encode, and then we create a sign string. We do base64 encode of the data with MD5 and API key. So let's create our sign key here, which will be MD5. So we need to search for this MD5. Maybe we can use this one, md5.js. It doesn't have any types. Let's see if this one have types. Yeah, so we can just do md5. Let's do pnpm add md5 and types /md5. Okay, and now we need to do md5, and here we can just put a string. So let's close this thing, and let's go back here to the documentation, md5, and inside we need to send base64 encoded data. I think base64 is this function in JavaScript, and decodes a string into bytes using Latin1 ISO and decodes those bytes into a string using base64. Okay, encodes, that's correct, not decodes. We just put the data here, data, and let's see what's the issue here. Okay, we need to put a string here. So first we need to do JSON encode. So let's do JSON stringify and data. This is example in PHP. That's why we need to put replace some of those functions to JavaScript functions. Right, so we do this is like base64, and then we need to add API key. This dot is to concat strings in PHP. So let's add our API key. So let's do process that environment that cryptomus, and just to be sure, cryptomus payment API key. Let's put here. Maybe we can put this key here. Const API key equals, and let's put this one here as string, and here API key. Yeah, so this should work. Let's try. Let's see once again. MD5 of base64 of this JSON data. Yes, and API key. That's correct. All right, now we need to see how to create an invoice. So we just need to use this endpoint, and we need to send stuff like amount. And our amount here will be not the amount of the coffees. So this amount will be different than this amount. And this amount here will be our amount times 5. So let's see. This is, let's see what's the issue here. This can be any or number or big int or an enum type. What is it? From data entry value. Okay, let's do parse int of amount as string. Can I do it? Yeah, then it will work. And now let's see. We will have a currency, and for this currency, we are going to do USD. And now we also need to pass, let's see, order ID. And this is order ID in your system. So let's do order ID. Let's see, does it need to be a number? No, a string. So let's use ID from our document. So let's do donation document that underscore ID. All right, and now what else do we need to put? We can do to well, how was it called? I think we have something called to currency. Yeah, so we can put like to currency Bitcoin or something. To currency, and let's put our crypto here. So the name of the crypto that we have chosen. And there are a few more things we can add. URL return, URL success, and URL callback. Let's add the URL callback. So the URL callback will be, we would need to expose our app with ngrok to do this. We will do this in a moment. Or maybe, let's see. I'll put ngrok, and what's the port here? 3000. ngrok http 3000. So let's see. Here, as you can see, now anything that goes to this URL, if you don't know how ngrok that works, you can just create a URL that can access, for example, this URL. You will not be able to access my app from your computer using this URL because it's localhost. But if you use ngrok or other tools that are like local tunnel and others, ngrok is the most popular. ngrok can create an external URL like this one that points to your localhost URL. So if I open this one, let me copy this, I can see my app, and you can use the same URL to see this app as well on my local machine. The thing is that, well, it's time limited. I think it's like half an hour or something like this, and then this URL will change. You need to restart it. So for now, I'm going to put it here. And let's add maybe here a callback and then the ID. So let's see, maybe let's do just callback and then ID equals, and then let's do plus, and let's do donation underscore ID, donation document. Okay, and something more I want to send is, let's see, we have URL return. Before paying, the user can click on the button to go back. Okay, let's go back. URL return, and where do we want to return to? Well, we want to return to our user. Well, we don't know the user. We need to send it as well. Let's go back to donation form. We don't know what is the user here. So we need to go to user page. Let's see here. And we need to pass the email. So do we have email? We have email in profile info.email. So let's send it to donation form. And here we can grab it, email. And let's type it that email is a string. And now we can send it with this as well. Form data, set email to be email. And now we also need to go to donation actions. We need to grab our email. We want to save the email to here, email. And we know this will be a receiving email. So let's do email, type string, and required true. Let's also add the email here, string. Okay, then it should work. Let's go back to donation actions. And let's see, URL return. We want to return to HTTPS for now 3000. Maybe we can put inside that env our app URL, I think we also need, it's good to add this for Next.auth environment host name. Let's see, options for Next.auth URL. Yeah, this is how we should put this. So by default it's HTTP localhost 3000. Now we can use it, and Next.auth will also like that we have it. So here process.environment.this, and let's add the slash. Do we have slash here? No. And the user. So let's do here plus email. Actually not email. We want to grab the profile, right? So we need to grab username. Let's do const profile info equals await profile info model find using this email. And now if we don't have profile info, then we just return false. Here let's also add that it can be false. Now here we put profile info, should be probably profile info document. This will be a more proper naming. Profile info document, and let's put user name here. Let's see what's wrong here. If we don't have profile info document, let's see what's the issue with this. Find, okay, here should be find one, and here let's put user name. Now it should be correct. And let's see, we have an error. Okay, sorry, here we should have a colon. All right, so we have the data. Callback will go to /callback. Maybe let's prepare this route. So inside source, inside app, we need to create a new directory, callback, and inside we need to have a route, route.ts. And let's do function, async function called handler, and it will just do return response JSON true, but it will grab the request, and it will just do console log the request. Let's do maybe like this, and this is next request, next request, yes, and we want to export handler as get and handler as post, doesn't matter what they send. Okay, and we have this. Now let's go back here. So we have callback. For now it will just console log stuff. We have return URL, and I think we can also send URL success. URL success will go to it will go to the profile, to this profile info doc username, but I'm going to add also here success equals 1. Okay, like this. That should work. So we have all of the data, we have endpoint here, and now I think we can try to send a request. So let's do await Axios post. I think it should be post. Yeah, it's of course post. We need to import this one. For the post, let's put endpoint here, and then let's put data, and then we can put some extra stuff here like headers. Do we need to send some headers? Let's see, request format. Yeah, we have authentication. We need to send this sign and merchant ID. So merchant ID is, I think, something that we need to add. So we have only payment API key. Here we need to put merchant, merchant, I think it's called here UUID, and let's see inside our panel here, API integration, merchant ID is here. So let's put it here. Let's double check. Yeah, maybe we can call it just merchant ID like this. And now let's go here, and let's also grab it, const merchant ID. And let's do process dot environment dot and this as string. And now let's see on the request format, we just send merchant and sign. So we can rename this to just merchant. And here let's put headers and let's put merchant and sign. And this should work. So let's see, const response equals this. And let's do here just response, or maybe not response, because we want to grab the URL. Const URL equals, and I don't remember the name of the field, so we can maybe do just console log and do response as an object. All right, so now let's see if any of this will actually work. Let's open network. One coffee, name John, test, and let's use Ethereum or Litecoin support. Connect is not a function. Let's see what is wrong here. Mongoose connect. Okay, I forgot to put use server on the top. Let's see. Test 2 support. Okay, so now we get an error 422, and let's see here, 500. I don't know what is the error, because we need to try catch this this error. Let's do try. Let's put this thing here. Here we will put false, and catch error. And here we will check if Axios is Axios error. Then we have error response. Then we will do console log, and let's do error response, and here data. And let's also do status code. So let's do error response and status. Yes. And that's it for now. So let's try again to see what we will get. Test support. So let's see. Validation string. Something wrong with the validation. 422. Let's also print the data that we are sending. So let's do maybe here before we will send anything. Let's do console log data. Yes, and now let's see if I click support. Let's see, amount 5, currency USD, order ID. Okay, this looks weird. We should stringify this. To currency looks fine, but I think it should be uppercase. So we have few things to fix. Let's do to uppercase. Let's see what this is. Let's do, can we do to string? No, but we can do a string, because now we know it's a string. And then we can do to uppercase. And now order ID, we wanted to do to string. And now this amount, let me see, create an invoice, amount to be paid. It needs to be a string with dot as a separator. So this whole thing, we do to string, and we add the dot and 2 zeros. Okay, and now let's see. Let's do refresh here. Let's put test. Let's hit support, And well, something has worked. Let's see. This is the data that we are sending, and response is 200. Okay, that's cool. We have response and headers, request, and we get data here. Okay, so let's print only the data. Here, response data. If everything is okay, I want to see only the data. Test, support, let's see. So, response, inside result, we have URL that we need to use. So let's do, we can respond here with response data result and the URL. Response like this. We probably don't need this anymore. And now let's go back to our donation form. And now this URL can be actually false. So here let's check if we have URL. And here maybe let's do if URL is false, then let's don't do anything. Right, so now let's see. Let's put John here. Let's put John here. And let's put test. Let's pick Litecoin. And let's see if this will work. Oh my god, we have this working. So as you can see, it works now. So yeah. Now what we need to do is we need to first fix our callback here. We need to grab the request. We need to grab request URL, and we need to, as you can remember, in donation actions, we were sending this URL callback to be this ngrok. I don't know if it's still active. Let's see. Yeah, it is with the ID param slash callback ID param to be our this. So now let's go back here, and first we want to grab the ID param, right? Or maybe we don't need this because they will send this. So maybe we can just grab all of the data from the request. Let's see, request JSON, and we need to wait for this, and as the const data equals this, and let's do a console log on this whole data to see what they are sending. This is $5, but let's first see. I'm not going to pay this. Let's see first what's the response. Here is the request example. Response. Okay, we got this response, so we know. I want to check the call back. Here is only the URL for the callback. Let's see. Status will be sent. Okay. Payment information. Okay, so it looks like after the payment, we can also ask about the information. So we don't need to have this callback. We can actually ask ourselves about the information about the payment. So let's see. We have order ID, payment history, webhook. Okay, here's the webhook. When invoice status changes, a post request is sent to the URL callback specified when creating the invoice. Yes, this is what we did. And this is what we get. So they send a post request and they send status. That is really nice. So we want to know that the status is paid. Let's see if we have received anything yet. So this is the data that we are Sending, let's see, we have this invoice here. If we click here, we will go back to the store. Let's try again if we will receive any callback. This is what we are getting. No, we don't get any callback if we just create the invoice. So I think we will just test pay this. So let's see that this is prepare callback / route TS. Yes, and then let's try to pay this and see if this will work. I will first change this to $2. And you don't need to do this. You will just know if it works and what needs to be done. So I'm going to put test here, and let's click support. Let's do test 1 maybe. Let's do Litecoin, because Bitcoin and Ethereum has quite high transaction fees as of now. So I will try with Litecoin. So this is the amount that we need to save. Here is my wallet. I just have not that much money, $85 on Litecoin. But let's try to send this amount, and let's see if this will work. Pay to this, pay to, okay, no, here is the address that we should use. This address, the amount, let's copy the amount, let's put this amount here, so it's $2, and let's click pay. I need to put my password. So now it's paid, the payment is sent, and it can take a few minutes before it will find this payment. As you can see, now it already find the transaction. That is cool, but it needs 3 confirmations from the blockchain. Let's see if we get anything. Yes, we get a post request here, and I think this is the data that we get. So let's see data. Let's go to this route. Yeah, we console log this data. So as you can see inside the data, we have stuff like if it's paid or not. We have transaction ID from the blockchain. We have currency, okay, payer currency, amount. We get if it's paid or not. Let's see, status is final, not this thing. Let's see, let's make it even bigger. Status confirm check, and we have also sign. I think we should check for this sign thing. Let's see how to validate this. If I signature of convert, okay. Webhook verification, since because anyone can send stuff to my endpoint, and with this type of data, and then I cannot trust it, right? So we need to validate this. So since by receiving webhooks you are listing products or creating users balances, you need to make sure that you are receiving webhooks from Cryptomus and not from anyone else. Yes, you can check the IP. You can verify signature, and yeah, you can check IPs, but IPs can change. So I think signature is the one that is really important. So this is how to verify signature, and they just take all of the data, and then they do decode this data to JSON, and then they grab sign, from the data. Okay, they remove the sign from the data, so it's like delete in JavaScript. And then they do hash of MD5 base 64 JSON encode the data, and then add API payment key. Okay, let's try to do this. So we just got another. Meanwhile, I was when I was looking at the documentation, we got another update that this is paid. So as you can see, this looks like it's paid. So this is good. Now we have this big button, go back, and we go to this /David question mark success equals 1, so we can print some message here. Thanks for your donation, or thanks for your support. But before we will do this, we need to validate this this data that we get here. So you should most likely implement both ways of checking this webhook to verify the webhook. I will leave it for now, so we can do it as an extra thing before putting this type of production. But to speed the things up a little bit, I will skip the verification part for now. The only thing that I will verify is I will just grab the ID, order ID, and I will just update this inside my database as paid. So let's hide this thing. And as you can see, we have this order ID inside data. So what I will do here is I will first connect to the database, connect, and let's wait here, process that environment, that MongoDB URI, string, and not string, string, and then we will do data order ID. And let's grab our donation. So let's do donation model, find by ID. Let's use this thing, and let's do await, and let's do const. Maybe we can just update this directly. So let's do here update, update one, find by ID and update. Find by ID and update, and let's see, we need to pass ID and update what we want to update. We want to update paid to be true only if status is paid. So let's grab status. Let's do const, let's grab both status and order ID from data, and then we can do just order ID. And here, if status is paid, then we will do this. Right, and let's do console log our data, so we can see in the console what's going on. And well, I will create another donation. Let's refresh here. And let's see, we have this profile info. We have one donation that shouldn't be paid because, well, many donations, because we have created several, but none of those are paid because our webhook didn't work yet, but now it should. So let's try again. Litecoin. Oops, path name is required. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, we need to put name. Let's put John. John Doe, thanks for your content. And let's do Litecoin. And now it's multiplication of 2 because I've changed it temporarily, so I can do some payments. So let's pay this, and let's copy this amount. Oops. Amount this, and yes, and now we should be able to pay. So I will move it here, and now it's paid. So payment sent. Okay, and we should get a transaction ID soon. The thing here is you can pay both with this Litecoin you selected, or you can pay with a card if you want. As you can see, now we got this transaction ID, so we can open it and see on the blockchain that I've sent this money. And well, after we get free confirmations, after Cryptomus receives free confirmations from the blockchain, I guess it's free because most of the times it's free confirmations that you wait for. Then we will get a link to redirect you back to our page. We can see that we have received some endpoints callbacks. So for example, here we get the type payment and is final false. We can see the status. Let's see, where is the status? Type payment, amount is final, status confirm, check. So well, it's checking for confirmation, and as you can see now it's paid, so we should have another, yes, and now is final true and status is paid. So let's see if we wrote the code properly, and this will be marked as paid, and yes, it is. John Doe, thanks for your content, crypto LTC paid true. So this is excellent. We can go back, but before I will click this button, I want to go to my username page, and I want to do something like this. I will add here, well, I cannot add the use effect because this is a server component, but I can add here a separate component. So let's create it somewhere else. Let's go to components, and let's call this one, I'm going to use the template. I'm going to call this one donation status, and yes, and this will be use client, and I will put here use effect, and the only thing that this will do is that if location ref includes success equals 1, let's check donation actions, was it success 1? Yes, then we can just do something like this, toast, and let's do success, and thanks for your donation. And well, what we want to do is to just show this toast, and we can list the donations now. So let's go to username page, and let's see, we have this no donations yet thing. Let's see, is it the correct file? Yeah, username page, and here we have those two boxes, no recent donations, but we can grab now donations. So let's do here, so let's do const donations equals await donation model find, and we want to find only those that are paid and where email is from profile info document email, donations without C. Okay, and now we want to display those. So here we will do if no donations length, then let's do parentheses and no recent donations. But if we have donations length and donations length is bigger than 0, then let's do end donations map, and for each donation we will do parentheses. Let's do div. Let's add some class names. So here we will add h3 with the donation name. Well, we need to type this thing. Let's see, it's any. Let's see, this will be an array of donations. Let's go to donation model and let's export this type. Let's go here, let's import this. Yes. And let's see, donation name. Let's see what's the donation. Donations length, array of donations. So this, sorry, it should be D. Maybe let's donation full name. Donation name. And let's do paragraph with donation message. And here let's do padding on the top with the bottom of 2. Let's maybe do border on the, we have HR here. Let's do border on the top. And this HR we can put actually here. So let's put HR here. And let's see. We will have this padding of 2. Let's start with the border. We will need the padding on the top from the border, and margin top from the border, and margin bottom from the border. And well, I think that's it. I think it would be much better to split this to if we have any donations. Let's do donations length. Let's do end parenthesis. Let's put div. And let's put this HR, or maybe not HR, but let's add this class name. So we will have margin top of 4. And now we can put this rest here inside, and we can skip this part, I think. Yeah, so order top, and then we can do just padding on the top and the bottom of 3, or maybe 2. 2 will be good enough. So now let's see, if I click go back, what will happen? We get success 1, but I didn't get anything, any toast. Okay, I didn't get any toast because on the donation page, so it's sorry, username page, where is it? I think, yeah, it's this one. On the top we need to add donation status like this, and thanks for your donation. We get it twice because on the localhost every component renders twice, but we can fix it. We can do something like this: const shown set shown equals use state, and use state and false here, and shown equals false. Yes, that's correct. Let's see what's the error here. Yeah, we can simplify it and then set shown to true. Let's see if now we will have only one. No, we still get two. But this is because we have this app on localhost. Let's add shown. Let's refresh. Thanks for your donation. Let's do console log test and let's see. Refresh test. Yeah, we get two tests. Maybe let's rename it to show and set show. If show is false, we will change it to true. Set show. And then if show is true, we will do this toast. Let's see if this will help. And we'll update shown. Showed. Maybe it's showed. False. And here let's do and not showed. And here let's do set showed to true. And now let's see if I refresh. Yeah, now we get this only once. So fixed. And as you can see, we get this John Doe thanks for your content. Let's go back to this page and let's see. Here we live through those donations. Here I wanted to do border top, not order top. Yeah. So here we can add this. Let's put inside the span with semi-bold, and let's put how many coffees he bought. Here let's put donation amount, coffees. Yeah, so bought one coffee. Let's put S in parentheses. Yeah. We could make this more advanced, like if donation amount is 1, then we can do both coffee. Otherwise, if donation amount is bigger than 0, let's do end parentheses, or maybe just a string, or maybe we can do like this. And we can put this inside, and let's put just $$ here, and this should also work. So now we should get both a coffee, and here if it's bigger than 1, then we should this. Yeah, now we also need to have this space here just in case. John Doe bought a coffee. Yeah, and let's maybe put this into a span that will be a little bit darker, brighter. Text gray 500. Yeah, maybe let's do 400. Yeah, thanks for your content. Maybe we could do more spacing. So let's see, no recent donations. Here, let's do margin top of 4, recent supporters. Let's do maybe 6, so we will have more spacing. I think this recent supporters should be under, or we shouldn't have this border. I'm going to remove this border for now. And yeah, this looks nice. Maybe we can put this description into a box. Let's do background gray of 200, padding, and round the medium. Let's see, so we get something like this. Maybe a little brighter. Let's put this here. Let's see, recent supporters, too much spacing here. Let's see why. Because of this margin top. Let's put just 1 or maybe 0. We don't need that much of a spacing. And let's put colon here. Yeah, this looks fine. Maybe this HR we could put somewhere here. Recent supporters. Yeah, let's increase this to 2. Yeah, this looks nice. Here should be both you, yes, and actually this could be simplified, because either if it's bigger than 1, then you put the amount and coffees. Well, no, I think this looks fine. It will not be that readable if we could just try to make an if just here. But we could do this. We can do like here both you, and now here if donation amount is bigger than 1, then you can do donation amount plus coffees. Here we don't need those parentheses. Otherwise, a coffee. So if I remove this should, yeah, both you a coffee. So yes, this looks about right. Maybe we could also make the whole background for the message a little bit brighter. Maybe we can use this yellow thing. So the same yellow that we have here. So let's do, it will be yellow 300 divided by 20. Now I think the gray was better. So let's do gray 100. Yeah. So I think we are done with this app. Now what you need to add, really important, is here you have donations list. We don't need this. But let's go to the profile, and we can actually let's go here. Let's do donations list inside the whole project, and let's get rid of this because we can see it on the profile. But on the top, or maybe here on the corner, we can display the amount of donated money we received. So first let's put some spacing here, margin top of 4 at least. Yes, and now here I want to get a div total money collected, or maybe received, and now let's go here and let's grab it. So let's do const donations equals, and let's do that. This will be donation array, donation model, find many. So let's do like this, paid to be true, and what do we want to do here? We want to check that the email is the email from pro, it's just the email that we have here. So we need to add a weight here as well, a weight, and now we can do something like this. We can do donations, and we can do reduce, and we have callback function here. I think reduce is the best way to summarize the money. So for each donation, or we get previous value and current value. Okay, so we will get current and the next donation, and we should return current plus donation amount times 5, and the initial value will be 0. So now total money received $5. We can add this dollar sign on the beginning. We can put const total and just grab it from here to here, and here let's just do total. And I know I paid $2 because it was just a temporary change. Let's go to donation actions. So let's put this back to $5 because one coffee costs $5 in our system, on our platform. So we have total money received. Maybe we should move it somewhere else. I don't like the placing of this. Maybe I can put a box somewhere here, but then it will be a part of this. No, I will keep it here, but I will make it prettier. So let's do a background of yellow 300. Let's add padding for rounded XL, and let's see. Yes, better. Let's also put this inside the span because I want this to be bigger. So let's do text XL to XL, and let's put this as flex items center gap of 2, so everything will be centered nicely. Yes, let's do also margin bottom of 2, so we will have some spacing, or maybe let's do 4. And now this let's do divided by 300, but only 20% of this color. So it's like this. Maybe it should be a little bit darker. Let's try with 50. Yeah, and now I also want to add border yellow 300. We need to also add border here on the beginning. Yeah, total money received $5. Maybe I will make the border a little wider. Let's do border 2. And yeah, I think this looks fine. We could also put this on the bottom to see how this will look like there. So let's put it here, and here for margin bottom, let's change to margin top or bottom, top and bottom. Yeah, this looks fine. Maybe we can decrease it to 30. Yeah, I think this looks fine. Let's do 20. Yeah. And I think here we should also have a button, request payout. So let's put this inside the div, and inside the div we should also have like flex and items center and gap of 1 or 2, and here we need to have another div or just a button or a link. So let's do a link, request payout, and I will do this, that this will be only email. So support or maybe payouts at buymeacoffee.io. But you can fix so it will create an actual payout inside a new collection, payouts, and that you will receive this information and process it, and you can list it, the payouts here underneath. That will be an extra feature that you can build here. For now, I will just put this as a button. And let's do some class name. Let's do background yellow 300, padding on the sides 4, top bottom 2, rounded large. Let's see. Yeah, this looks fine. Now we need to add justify between, so this will be on the right side. Yeah, this looks fine. For the save profile, would be nice to have like save icon. Let's see, save profile. Let's put font awesome icon fa save. Let's import this one. Let's see. Yeah, but we need to make it flex and gap of 1, at least 1. And of course items center. Yes, and for the payout we could also do an icon. Let's search for payout, out, money, and let's see, we could do, I don't know, a handing dollar. You can pick yourself. All right, I think this this looks fine. Maybe we can do an arrow. Let's see. Let's search for right and right long, arrow right. Let's see, individual import, this one, and I can go to here and we can do flex items center gap 1. And here font awesome icon, or I can just, whoops, I can just paste this. And I just need to save and import everything and request payout. I want to have a bigger gap here, so let's do gap 2. Yeah, I think this looks nice. So we have save profile. Even on the save profile, maybe we could do gap 2 here. Let's see. Yeah, I think this looks nice. And yeah, and if you click here, it will open a new email window. Yeah, so this looks really nice. I think we are basically done. What I would like to quickly add is to add something more here. So I will quickly do this. Let's go to app and page. And before H1, I will put a paragraph. And here I want to put font awesome icon and FA star. Let's do this. And I want to have 5 stars. Let's see. Yeah, this looks awesome. And underneath, I will add loved by 100k plus, or maybe let's do 100k plus creators. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I think this looks really nice, but we need some spacing, maybe from this one, margin top of 4. Yes, and a little bit of spacing here. So well, let's do class name, margin top of 3. Let's see. Yeah, maybe that's too much. Let's do just 2. Yeah, and this looks really nice. We could put this in a div. It will be a little brighter, so text gray 500. And now let's put those here inside. Yes, maybe a little darker, 600. Yeah, look really nice. We could also make those stars yellowish, text yellow 200. Let's see. No, those are not visible then. So let's keep them gray for now. Yeah, I think this looks really nice. Now, one more thing I forgot about is a logout button. So actually I will add it here. So let's go to, I think we need to go to profile info form. Here we have this div that we have save profile, but here I will add flags justify between, and I will add another button of type button that will just log out. So let's do on click arrow function sign out. Yes, and also I need to have some class names, and I want basically the same class names that we have on the on the save button, except it shouldn't be yellow, it should be gray. So let's do gray, and here I will put logout. So we have this logout, and well, I want this to have a little bit of border, and border should be gray 400, so it will be visible. Yeah, maybe 400 is too dark. Let's do 300 will be enough. Yeah, logout. And let's also add an icon here. So logout. I don't like this logout button icon, sorry. But well, it's not perfect, but it works. Maybe we can put this here. Let's see. Yeah. Or maybe we can put like a by hand, hello, hand, wave. No, there's no waving hand. You can add an emoji. Can we search for door? This is a cool logout icon. Okay, I think that we are basically done. I will remove this icon. I don't need a logout icon. I will just remove this, and if I click, I will be logged out, not logged in on the profile. We need to go to the home page, and we need to log in again to go to our profile. But what's good here is that you can go to my profile and it will be also visible. You are not logged in, but you are more than welcome to leave a donation here and to support me with 1, 3 or 5 coffees if you want. So this is nice. You can also send me more money here, or well, you don't have to. But as you can see, everything works. I'm not logged in, and you can still visit all of the profiles. So I think that will be all for this app, and we are basically done. We can log in, we can register, we can edit our profiles, and we can send donations, we can pay the invoice, we can validate the invoice, we can update the paid status, we can display the donations here, and we can even update the images. If I log in here, you can see that I can go to my profile. We can update profile images. So for now, if I go to my profile, I get this image, but if I change it to, for example, this image, I can hit save. It's saved with nice pop-up. I can go to my page, and the photo is updated. Same with this, and the test bio. Everything seems to work. That's all for this video. I hope you learned something useful, and if you did, please click the like button and subscribe if you want to see more videos like this one. Have a nice day and see you in the next video.